Gaming news today is all about market reactions. First, the PS5 console sales continue to do well despite false narratives and dishonest headlines from outlets like IGN. Second, my Avowed first impressions are pretty much in line with everything we read yesterday during our review roundup. I'll give you my thoughts. If you haven't seen my Avowed gameplay stream, it is available on the channel right now. Third, the PlayStation State of Play reaction is pretty typical, but I'm finding myself on the opposite side of gaming Twitter and gaming YouTube. And fourth, Assassin's Creed Shadows pre-orders are doing well, better than what all the anti-woke grifters would like to see. And I love seeing them lose. So if you like this kind of content, make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button. I also always have a game for you at the end of this little open for your wish list and your radar. We are really close to a huge milestone. We have 575 people that are at the Member Plus tier and above. If you've never supported a channel directly with a membership, try it out for a month. Click join, but make sure you pick Member Plus. It supports me directly. It's how I'm able to do this full time. And if you're in the audience, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get into this. So on the subject of PS5 console sales, despite what you may have heard, console sales and demand for consoles does not seem to be dying. One brand's struggles continue to be falsely projected onto the entire market, as if Phil Spencer's commentary on the matter is the gospel truth. During the most recent earnings call, Sony revealed that it crossed 75 million PS5s shipped. So they have shipped that many, which basically means they're preparing to sell that many. It's in response to market demand. And in the fourth quarter, they sold 9.5 million PlayStation 5s or PlayStation 5 Pros. That's how many units they sold, 9.5 million. Now, 42% of those sales were gamers, consumers that were brand new users to PlayStation. So somehow PlayStation is seeing console sales continue to do well, and also they're continuing to get new users. Just last quarter, they got 4 million new users to add to the already growing number. Previously in 2023, they reported that 30% of their monthly active users on the PlayStation 5 did not come from the PS4. If you are at roughly 75 million PlayStation 5s sold, and you take the number from the last couple of years, you add in the new 4 million people, they're closing in on roughly 25 million people within the PS5 ecosystem that are new users. That's a third. Now, that's close to the number of Xboxes that have sold, and that's just the amount of people on PS5 that are new. They also anticipate seeing another big bump for their console when GTA 6 finally releases. I'd be interested to see if they start to grow a better presence also in the Chinese market when their game Lost Soul Aside starts to land, as well as their other China Hero Project games. So keep your eyes on PlayStation's sales reports and how many consoles they've sold, because that can also dictate where third-party games prioritize launching, exclusivity deals, and the like, and more developers seeming to be getting in line to do PS5 Pro enhancements. Again, contrary to everything we've been told about the market shrinking and there's no way to get new users, somehow PlayStation's doing it. They also hit a record high monthly active user count that they've never hit before, which means they're getting new people and they're keeping the old as well. Now, let me give you my first impressions of Avowed. The game did ship yesterday. I played it for about an hour and a half. Now, there are good things in this game. I think the music, the voice acting, the internal systems, even the NPC design, I think is all at a very high quality. It is being criticized for its lack of RPG depth. I've seen some, tweets and some videos of guys saying you can't steal from anybody, you can't kill anybody, you can't do a lot of things that they were hoping they'd be able to do because they felt like this was going to be a very Skyrim adjacent game. Now, the bad for me, I think the combat feels dated. I think it feels like an indie title. Other people are having a perfectly fine time with the combat. I happen to think that when a game comes from a studio like this, the team working on your combat is likely bigger than a lot of the indie studios that are out there. And I've played indie games and AA games with better combat systems than this. They just feel better. There's more fluidity. There's a better flow. There was also very noticeable performance issues. The 60 FPS is not consistent almost ever. I don't even know if the performance mode was something they had originally planned to do from all their commentary leading up to release. There's also noticeable graphical issues. My recommendation would be, though, to play this in first person. It feels very awkward and not that great in third person. It does feel better in the first-person perspective, which is kind of how the game was originally designed. I would say if you're on the fence about this game, maybe avoid it or wait for a sale. Fans of it are having a great time. So if you were excited about it, people that were excited about playing this game are seemingly having a good time with it. So just kind of go in with your eyes wide open. It basically has a solid 80 everywhere. Even the user score on Steam is at like a 77%. Those are just the people that are paying to play early. So even your early adopters are scoring the game roughly where all of the critical reception landed as well. So when the critics and the gamers are all kind of agreeing and a consensus is being formed on the score, I think that's pretty rock solid. Now, I haven't been able to give you my reaction to the state of play. I mean, if you were here, you obviously saw me scream my head off when the Housemarque logo came up for this beautiful game. I cannot wait to play what is essentially a sequel to Returnal. I've got a video coming on this because I am extremely excited about it, and I really want to break down everything we know as well as everything I think they're going to be doing, because I'm an enormous Returnal fan with almost 70 hours clocked in that game, and I go back to it every now and again as well. Tower of Sisyphus is just a fun romp. So here's the thing. I don't think I've ever seen a positive state of play reaction from gaming Twitter or from YouTube. I've been covering the gaming industry for a decade. I have co-streamed state of plays, showcases, and Nintendo Directs and Xbox showcases for basically 10 years. And it's always the same song and dance. Everybody is angry that their excited game that they want to see is not there. Or right now, the big mantra, the big complaint is, well, there's not enough first party, or the games shown are mid. There were 30 games and or announcements shown in the span of 46 minutes, okay? That getting such a negative reaction to me is just a reflection of how far down the gaming community on Twitter and YouTube has fallen. It just feels forced. It feels rehearsed. Out of the 30 games and announcements that they showed, I was only really not interested or lukewarm to about 7 of them. That means roughly 75% of a 46-minute show either interested me or excited me. Gamers continue to have, I think, a false sense of what a platform like PlayStation focuses on. PlayStation is publishing 3 big games this year: Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, and Lost Soul Aside. According to gaming Twitter, those are first-party games because PlayStation's publishing them. How is this any different than the year that we got Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War Ragnarok? That's 3 first-party games. That's the most full year that we have had. Soros, to me, stole the show. I'm going to have a video about it, like I said, but I'm looking forward to this year, especially as a PlayStation 5 Pro owner. I'm going to play third-party, second-party, first-party, and even Xbox-published games like Doom: The Dark Ages, and I'm going to get the best console experience on my Pro. 2025 is so full, I doubt I'm going to be able to play every game. My backlog is going to continue to grow just like it did last year. But the whole gaming is dying and everything is terrible, that perspective to me is just fan fiction from non-gamers. I don't think these people play games, because if they did, they would walk away from 30 game announcements or 30 games shown and be excited. A lot of the games also had release dates. That's a huge desire consistently from the gaming community, is to give us release dates for the games that are coming. I did something this morning in Morning Coffee. I'm going to throw this in ad hoc on the fly. If you look at the last 6 months, if you go all the way back to September and you just track what has happened in the last 6 months, PlayStation has either released a first-party game that just won another Game of the Year award, Astrobot, if they've either released a first-party or announced a first-party game, and that totals up to 6. They released Astrobot. They announced Ghost of Yotei. They announced Death Stranding 2. They announced Intergalactic. They gave us a release date and a bunch of gameplay for Lost Soul Aside, and then they just announced Soros. That's 6 first-party games. That is 6 games in 6 months that we heard about or got announced or got to see. What more do you want? What cadence of announcements or information do you think you're entitled to every time somebody comes out and does a state of play or a showcase? Are they supposed to show you everything that they're working on? You have to have a little bit of mystery. You have to have a little bit of secrecy. You can't just have everything out there in view of the public. We don't ask this of Nintendo. We don't ask this of Xbox. We don't demand that they litter every show with only first party or more first party than they've shown. I think people have predetermined outcomes in their mind, and they're never pleased and they're never happy. And that's a self-inflicted wound that I'm not interested in helping you heal. On that subject of self-inflicted wounds, AC Shadows is apparently doing great. Suck it, grifters. They attacked Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Kingdom Come Deliverance scored really, really well. It's headed for Game of the Year contention, and it continues to have great sales numbers and engagement numbers, and now the pre-orders for Assassin's Creed Shadows are also tracking well. Insider Gaming reported the following. During Ubisoft's Q3 2025 earnings call on Thursday, Guillermo said that the pre-orders for Assassin's Creed Shadows are, quote, tracking solidly in line with those of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, the second most successful entry in the franchise. Now, the previews of this game were a mix of positive and lukewarm. There were people that really liked it. There were people that didn't like it that much. I continue to think this game is going to surprise a lot of folks, and if it scores well, it's likely to surpass Odyssey and take second place as far as being the second most commercially successful Assassin's Creed. Now, track with me here. This will not fix Ubisoft's problems, but I love seeing the anti-woke grifters and the liars continue to fail in their efforts to hurl hate at every single game that doesn't star a white guy. So, again, I love seeing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 crush it and the grifters lose. I love seeing Assassin's Creed Shadows get great pre-order numbers. It is a beautiful thing seeing false narratives crumble faster than a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, last but certainly not least, I have a game for your wish list and your radar, and this one's called Gang of Frogs. This one says that you can sail through the galaxy as a fearless outlaw frog aboard the SS Leviathan, plunder, loot, upgrade weapons, eat flies, and fight through hordes of monstrous bugs in an intense 1 to 4 player co-op shooter. To me, this is kind of like Battletoads meets Borderlands. It was just announced. Now, this is announced for Steam only. So right now, all you can do is wishlist it. They do have this trailer here that showcases some frenetic third-person combat with abilities mingled with some shooting and some looting. So if you would like to make sure anytime they do an update, a new trailer or new footage, make sure and go wishlist this one on Steam. Again, it is called Gang of Frogs. So, just to recap all the news that we could discuss today, the PS5 console sales continue to do well as they're getting new users, despite things that we hear like they're plummeting. IGN loves to lie in their headlines. Second, Avowed first impressions if you want to ask me about my time with it. Third, I gave my state of play reaction. And fourth, Assassin's Creed Shadows pre-orders are doing well, which is just another great middle finger to the grifting liars that are out there. So, that's the news. And now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you guys so much for being here today. And I have some people to thank already. You guys waste no time kicking off the day. Han shot first, and so did you. We got a 10 bomb coming in from Sneaky Wolf. And he takes the member count all the way on the week to 718. You guys are helping us bounce back so much, and it's so good to see. You take a week off and everything drops, and you guys are definitely putting us back on top. And then a single gifted came in from Joker Quinn to get us to 719. Guys, do me a favor and smash that like button. Get us to 200 likes. I appreciate everybody being here this morning on this fine Friday morning. There will be a Friday night stream tonight. If you're like, I don't have anything to do for Valentine's Day, don't worry. We got you covered. My wife and I will be playing Avowed together. I want to see what she thinks of the game. It's always fun to watch her play a game that I have not liked as much. Watching her play Starfield and Redfall was hilarious. Perfect Image submits a question and says, what game speaks to you in the state of play? Basically all but 7 looked great, but the one I was the most excited about was Sorrows. I mean, it's basically a Returnal sequel, but so much more than that. So I can't wait. I was so worried that we were never going to get that amazing action system that they built with Returnal. Like, they were just going to move on to something else. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, when they said they weren't doing a sequel, like, I was happy. So 1? No, not 1. You're trying to push a false narrative. No, not 1. Plenty of games looked amazing. Tides of Annihilation looked amazing. Lost Soul Aside looked amazing. If you want to come in here and false frame me Perfect Image, just take the day off and don't come back, okay? I'm not interested in having somebody misrepresent my position with a gold badge. I'm getting a little tired of it. I just walked through a show open where I said there were 30 games, and there were only about 7 that I wasn't interested in. About 75% of the showcase I got either interested in or excited about. And now you're wanting to set up some kind of like lawyer-esque question. You're not false framing. Yes, you are. I just did a show open where I talked about how 75% of the state of play got me excited or interested. And then you're like, well, what was the one that stood out to you the most? And you go, oh, so one. You're not just seeing. That was such a juiced question. You basically wanted to know what was the thing I got the most excited about. So I picked the one game that I got the most excited about. Like, that's so underhanded. What game got you the most excited? Oh, so just one game. You just asked me for one game. What do you mean? Yeah, there was 11 minutes of Tides of Annihilation gameplay that hit over the night, and I sent out a tweet about it. It looks crazy. I think my frustration with gaming media and user Discord is at an all-time high, says Eugene. Very few seem to be honest and genuine. We spend more time combating nonsense and misinformation than anything. That's not an indictment of you, by the way. I just think miserable people are using live streams and Twitter feeds as some form of weird group therapy. Like they're not happy about genuine things in their life and they're taking it out on gaming. Like, they simply lack the ability to be happy or excited. That's why I said, like, I'm not interested in trying to help people work through their issues. It's like, gaming looks great to me. I don't know what there is to be so irritated about. And a 5-bomb comes in from Pathlon Phoenix and gets us one away from the next milestone. I will owe you guys a member at 725. I mean, it's like what just happened. Perfect Image is like, well, what got you the most excited? And I say a game, and he's like, oh, okay, so just one. And it's like, what? No, don't try to make me like you. Like, if you walked away from the PlayStation State of Play and they walk out 30 announcements, right? There was, I think, 2 remasters and 3 DLC, and the rest were games, okay? And you're like, yeah, gaming sucks. Gaming, nothing excited me. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I really don't know what to tell you. What are you looking for? What do you want? What do you want the gaming industry to do? This is the other thing I think is interesting in this discussion. When I found myself playing more on PlayStation, I had a lot of people coming in and they were acting like, well, all PlayStation does is the same thing, right? PlayStation trots out really big games, and they crush it. And what was everybody's complaint? Well, they're just sequels. Horizon Forbidden West, just a sequel. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, just a sequel. Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, they're just sequels. They're just movie games. So then they come out with things that are new, original, or fresh, like Astrobot, a more family-oriented game. Or they invest in partnerships and get exclusives with things like The Midnight Walk, like that claymation game. Or they publish a game that was originally, I guess, built by like one person, and now he's got a whole team, you know, with the China Hero Project, with Lost Soul aside. A game very much inspired by Final Fantasy. I guess that the guy that is making it or in charge of it, like, openly admitted that, right? You got that. And then we got Ghost of Yote. Obviously, people go, well, it's a sequel. I mean, it's a sequel, but it's also kind of not a sequel because it's going to be a whole new game with a whole new character. So to me, it's like, I'm not sure what you want. Right? I didn't say that. But you were trying to imply it. Don't insult my intelligence. It's more frustrating than anything. You know what you were doing. You literally asked me what I got the most excited about. I said one game, and you're like, oh, so just one. Almost like, oh, yeah, so out of the whole thing, you only got excited by one thing. I'm not saying PlayStation doesn't have games. Tons of people buy the games that they like. Right, but you were 100% doing the thing, dude. You were doing the thing. You were trying to make it seem like after the whole thing, I was only excited by one thing. They complain, but at the end of the day, they keep buying the games that they hate. The numbers don't lie. 75 million PS5 sold. Well, 75 million shipped, which means they'll be at 75 million sold very soon. They're responding to market demand. Midnight Walk might be your most anticipated game of the State of the Play, Sven. Yeah, I think it looks very, very cool. I wonder what it's going to feel like in VR. David Foreman says, the State of Play has the potential to age like fine wine. Some potential bangers in games matching visuals with premise. Tides looks promising. Just hope it's not another Forsaken. Why do people keep saying Forsaken? Do you mean Forspoken? Somebody did that the other day. Are you guys meaning to put Forspoken, or are you talking about a completely different game? When I think of Forsaken, I think of the DLC in Destiny. You must mean Forspoken. Somebody did that the other day. And I was like, they've got to mean Forspoken. Forsaken is a game, an action RPG Souls-like adventure from 2022. Maybe they do mean Forsaken. There is a game called Forsaken that's got like, but it's like a little indie title. I don't know. I don't think they mean Forsaken. Oh, you think it's auto-correcting Forspoken into Forsaken? That's probably what's going on. I don't get why people went into the State of Play expecting top shelf best of the best video games or something like that. You need to lower your expectations. I was talking about this a little bit this morning in Morning Coffee. A great reason to become a member, right? You get to kind of start the day with me before we start the show. It's like the show before the show, okay? I go into a State of Play and I don't expect 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 46 minutes. I don't expect that to have a high ratio of first party. I don't. Because when I bought a PlayStation, I bought a platform. I didn't buy a first party machine. Right? I didn't buy a first party machine. I bought a platform that promised me a certain threshold of performance, and it also promised me first party games. They've checked both of those boxes. Now, Zubair bought a first-party machine. He primarily games on PC. He bought it as a first-party machine. Sometimes I wonder if that's why people get so frustrated. It's like maybe they have a PC and they bought a PlayStation 5 because they were like, I didn't want to wait for Ragnarok. And now every time PlayStation talks, they're like, don't care, I can play that on my PC. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. So you're basically going through a 46-minute show and you're looking for where's the first party, where's the first party. You're setting yourself up for disappointment because PlayStation's not marketing a first-party machine, they're marketing a platform. So the expectations are quite literally a predetermined outcome, like you're predetermining disappointment. Everybody goes into these showcases, these state of plays, and they're disappointed already in the future because they're like, well, I expect them to overwhelm me with first party, and PlayStation is never going to do that. Never. They trotted out a lot of first party before the PS5 came out. That makes sense. They're trying to convince you to buy their box. So they announced like 26 games, and a handful of those are first party. And then after that, you come to every state of play, you come to every event, and you're like, well, there better be a bunch of first party. And I'm like, I don't think that that's reasonable. There's nothing that told you that was going to happen. There was no pattern in the industry that told you that that was going to happen. For goodness sakes, Xbox does a showcase in the summer and a direct in January, and even their direct in January, it's like those games are multi-plats. They're doing the same thing. They're showing you games that are theirs, but they're also going to other platforms. So it's like everybody's doing the same thing. They're coming together to do showcases or state of plays or whatever, and they're going to have a lot of third and second party. The Xbox showcase in the summer did just that. That's what they do. They live off of third party. There's no way they could live off of first party. They don't have enough. No, I mean, Xbox might be able to do it now, but in the past they couldn't. Activision Blizzard is pretty big, but even still, you're primarily going to live off of your third parties, your microtransactions in games like Fortnite and Roblox. I mean, you're making so much money off of those. This could be many gamers have very niche interests game-wise. Right, Hilly, we had somebody yesterday say that the only game they got excited by in the state of play was Metal Gear. And I was like, out of 46 minutes, the only thing you were interested in was Metal Gear. Okay. I thought that was one of the weakest showings. I think it looks dated. I don't think it looks very good. I think fans of Metal Gear are stoked. I think the rest of the gaming world is going to be like, what's that? It doesn't look next gen at all. It doesn't look good. That was you. Yeah, that was Perfect Image. Imagine if Sony only did one show in the last 6 months and all those games were shown. Xbox does 2 shows a year and it makes it so those shows are big. Sony does like 5. Yeah, Sony just did one then in September. That's why I said, if you track the last 6 months, PlayStation has either released or announced 6 first-party efforts. They're either publishing or releasing or announcing 6 games in the last 6 months. I just don't get how that's not enough. I don't get it. I'm not even including the Days Gone remaster in there. They released Astrobot in September. They did a state of play, okay? And in this 6-month period, if you go all the way back to September, they released Astrobot, which continues to get Game of the Year awards. It just got another one at DICE. So they released Astrobot. They announced Yote. They announced Death Stranding 2. They announced Intergalactic. They gave us a release date, finally, for Lost Soul Aside. That's first party. They're publishing it. You know, your rules, not mine. And then they announced the Sorrows, the Returnal sequel. I don't know what people want. I don't know what you want. That's not enough? In a 6-month period, you get 6 first-party games either released or announced, and you're like, yeah, where's the first party? I'm like, that's actually an insane cadence of announcements if you really think about it. What's good, Feed? Broken Surprise with 24 months in a VIP. 2 years, baby. Been a wild ride. Wouldn't trade it for anything else. Thank you. Hey, look at that. Broken Surprise rounds us out nicely to 725. We need 25 people to upgrade. We're at the highest we've ever been on Member Plus. We are at 575. I need 25 people to bump up. It's $1 more, and you get into all the extra content. You get into the green room, which is the main reason to upgrade. Let me put this another way, says Zubair. If they want me to buy a Pro, they're going to have to work harder. I haven't been compelled yet. Yote is the first time I will feel that need. And Joker Quinn with the Agent of Chaos and bumps the count forward. Here's the thing, Zuby. And this is something that you're fair to say as a consumer, my arms are crossed until you do more. That's totally fine. And I think PlayStation says, we don't care. Sorrows is a Returnal sequel. I don't know about that. It is. I mean, it's more than a sequel, but it's a sequel. It's a sequel to... It's a sequel. It's like they've quite literally said that in the blog. They're expanding on the systems of Returnal. I don't know how that's not a sequel at some level. I think it's way more than a sequel. But they've quite literally said they're expanding on the systems of Returnal. And they show you a guy with a gun approaching a crazy big grotesque monster, and he talks about dying and coming back stronger, and then a bunch of bullet hell spirals come after him. That's not a sequel, but it is. I mean, it is, but it isn't at the same time. I got a video coming. I'll break it all down. It's not a sequel of Returnal's story. Oh, no, I'm not saying it's a sequel to Returnal's story. I wasn't indicating that. Yeah, it's like a spiritual successor. It's like a spiritual sequel. They didn't want to leave that system behind, and I'm thrilled because it's so dadgum good. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet, there's a bunch of you here. Get me my 200 likes. We've only been streaming for about 20 minutes, man. Thank you so much. Let's hit 200 likes really quickly. Make sure YouTube's not being funky. Sometimes it doesn't save the thumbs up. And I owe you guys 5 members. I'm going to do that right now. It's in the Returnal IP. Yeah, like even the logo came up and kind of evaporated the way the Returnal logo does. Like, it's yeah, I'm excited. The state of play did not focus enough on PlayStation. I mean, you're allowed to have that opinion, but they didn't tell you they were going to. They never tell you that they're going to do that. Is it not a new IP, though? No, it's a new IP. Yeah, it's a whole new name, whole new trademark, whole new story. It's a new IP, yes. I mean, it gets confusing because, like, Ghost of Yote is a new IP, but it's also within the Ghost franchise. Sorrows is a new IP. I don't think they would say, like, oh, it's within the Returnal franchise. I think they would say this is like a spiritual sequel because there was so much good in what they did with the Returnal action that they were like, we don't want to leave that behind. But I also think they didn't want to do a sequel with Celine because Celine's story and the way they structured Returnal is just so beautiful. It's just so well done. It wouldn't have made sense to be like, here we go again. So, We should refer to it as Returnal-like. Yeah. What was somebody saying? Oh, you convinced me to buy Returnal way back. It's so good. The thing that I hope this does, I hope Saros puts a spotlight on how Returnal really got overlooked. I said this the other day. I said, I still think Returnal is their best game to date. I do. It's the most original. It's the most fresh. I think it's the coolest piece of property that PlayStation has. I think it's I like it more than Ratchet. I like it more than Horizon and Ragnarok. I do. I don't know if I like it more than Tsushima, but I would say it's more original than Tsushima. Like, Returnal is magnificent. It deserves so much more praise than it got. From the art direction to the gameplay, to the story, to the voice acting, to the dadgum the soundtrack is... it's just, at every level, it doesn't make a wrong step. It doesn't have a wrong note. It doesn't. The reason Returnal got overlooked is because Biome 3 was brutal, and it killed everybody. And so all the review outlets got stuck at Biome 3. So they gave Returnal like a very halfway review. And the reason I can say this is I got stuck at Biome 3. I couldn't get past it. And I was like, I can't do it. They realized, Housemarque realized, they crunched the numbers. They had a crazy drop-off fail rate at Biome 3, and they rebalanced it. I went back, and the first time I went back, I shot through the whole game, and I was like, this is one of the greatest games I've ever played. It was my game of the year that year. I was like, this game is magnificent. This is phenomenal. Well, if people would have been able to have that experience when they reviewed it, I'm telling you, scores would have been different. It would have probably got a Game of the Year nomination, because it got a Game of the Year nomination. I think it even won Game of the Year at the BAFTAs. It grew in praise and popularity over time, because more and more people went back and rolled credits, and they were like, oh my gosh. If you got stopped at Biome 3, you never really got a glimpse at the game as a full story, as a full package. It would be like stopping halfway through The Last of Us. You'd be like, well, it was really good, it was really powerful, but you don't know what happens. Returnal's not the best PlayStation property. Last of Us 1 and 2 would like a word with you. I think that Returnal is their most original piece of property. I think it's the most original. I do. When you look at video games as art, I think Returnal checks so many stinking boxes. It's fantastic. It really is. I love it. I've done, I don't know, three full runs, maybe 4 full runs. I've done a ton of Tower of Sisyphus. I love it. I'm close to 70 hours. It's a rogue that I put almost 70 hours into. That's a huge testimony. I don't really typically like rogues, and Returnal completely changed me. It converted me as a gamer. I hate rogues. So I would take Returnal over Tilo any day. The fact that you keep saying first party and not exclusive tells me you don't understand. Who are you talking to, Hellstorm? Are you talking with somebody in chat? Returnal's such a niche title. One exclusive announcement is terrible for PlayStation? I don't understand what you mean. In the last 6 months, they have either released or announced 6 first-party efforts. What are you talking about? Now, the only one in the bunch that you could say, oh, that doesn't count, I guess you could say, because Lost Soul Aside is doing a PC launch day and date, because it's the Chinese company that they're working with for the China Hero project. They don't own the property or the studio, but it's a first-party publishing effort. That's 6 games. I don't know what you mean. For this year? What do you mean for this year? Ghost of Yotei, exclusive. Death Stranding 2, exclusive. Lost Soul Aside, console exclusive. What do you mean? If you're making a decision about the console that you want to play on, about the platform you want to play on, the Pro is an insane value at this point, because you'll be able to play Doom the Dark Ages, PS5 Pro Enhanced. You'll be able to play the 3 games I just listed, PS5 Pro Enhanced, and then everything else that's coming. I don't know what your issue is. What's the ideal that PlayStation's not hitting? Who's doing it? Who's doing it? Who? Where are you going that you feel like this isn't good enough? What you're doing is, and I commonly tell people this, you are arguing against an ideal. Okay, who's achieving that ideal? Where? Is anybody doing what you're talking about? Anybody? Lord Horg with a $5 super chat tip says, same here, Returnal converted me to rogues, can't wait for Sorrows. And here's the thing, thank you for the $5. Returnal has meta progression, it's just not as noticeable. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. The more you play Returnal, the stronger you get. You just don't pick up on it as much. You just got to dedicate to a couple of weapons and use those so that the next time you find them, their abilities are unlocked. A lot of people don't know that. You do get stronger the more that you play, because you unlock items and things that you can find as well, and then those items make you stronger when you find them. Cool games will appeal to different audiences, so we count them up, and then I guess we bicker about is it enough. Like, let's be honest here, says Derek. If you're not excited about certain games, I'm not talking about that. Assuming you have a Pro, you can't market for Pro when 90% of your market's normal PS5. They didn't market to the Pro, Hellstorm. They didn't mention the Pro at all in the state of play. I'm saying from my perspective, the Pro is the best bang for your buck because I'm looking at the entire market. If you want to talk about how PlayStation's marketing, they're not doing that. You're shadow boxing, like you're straw manning. PlayStation's did not come out in the state of play and focus on the Pro. Yo, what's good, J-Dub? $10 super chat. Happy Friday, Lono. State of Play was 10 out of 10. Over 35 games shown with tons of new IP. Some folks don't like games, apparently should be celebrated, but obviously not. J-Dub, that's what I said. I said in 46 minutes, you had 30 games and or announcements, and you're like, it was mid, it sucked. And I'm like, what are you going to play this year? What? GTA 6 and Call of Duty? Is that all you care about? You don't care about anything that they showed? The Lies of P DLC looked incredible. Monster Hunter Wilds looked incredible. Lost Soul Aside, Tides of Annihilation, the Sorrows, the Returnal sequel. What do you get excited by? What turns your crank? What pumps you up? What gets you excited? I'm just repeating what you said. You're not just repeating what I said. You ripped what I said out of context. I was speaking from my perspective. I wasn't speaking to PlayStation's marketing, so you misrepresented what I said. I wasn't saying that PlayStation's marketing to the Pro owners. I didn't say that. I said that after watching that showcase and after watching the Xbox Developer Direct, I'm like, dude, the Pro is the best place to be right now. It's the best place to be. I'm getting game after game after game with PS5 Pro enhancements. I'm getting all your games, and then I'm getting PlayStation games, and then I'm getting third-party games. Why would I not be happy about that? Oh, but you could get a rig, and you could get better frames and resolution. I don't care about that. I'm getting perfectly fine experience. We talked about that this morning. Like, after you play a game like Space Marine 2 on the Pro, you could tell me, but Lono, you could buy a rig and a GPU and all this, and you could get higher resolution and you could get more frames in Space Marine 2. And I'm like, I don't care about that. The performance I got was so good. Going above that is, to me, subjectively, is so marginal to the money it would take to get there. I don't care about that. Perfect Image says, what speaks to me is Ghost 2, Mafia, The Old Country, Metal Gear, and Mind's Eye. Okay, so let me ask you something, Perfect Image. You just picked what I would say are 4 really solid-looking titles. Now, Mind's Eye, I'm a little iffy on because of what we're hearing about how it was created, and I felt like the gameplay was fake. I don't think that was genuine gameplay, okay? But if those are the games that are exciting you, don't you realize that all the other games that don't excite you probably excite somebody different? Like, let's just take the smaller titles that were there, like the Midnight Walk, or the one that was like really dream state and weird, and they were like shooting and punching clowns and stuff. Well, this is what I tried to tell people. When you watch something like that state of play, you have to remember every game that doesn't interest you probably interests somebody else, and every game that you're interested in probably doesn't interest other people. That's what those things are there for. They're trying to hit a broad market reach. They want somebody to walk away from that state of play and say, there were 2 or 3 games there that I can't wait to play. And if they can get that, if you get like 1,000 people to watch it, and all 1,000 people have 2 or 3 or 4 different games that they're excited about, that's a win in their mind because you're hitting a broad spectrum of the audience. If it was literally like a 10-minute showcase of just the big AAA bangers like Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Mafia, and you're like, oh, I can't wait, there'd be a bunch of people that would walk away and be like, I don't want to play any of those games. I don't want to play any of those games. There are customers out there that would think that was a waste. Yeah, Blueprints. That was another smaller title that I thought looked kind of cool. Yeah, Digimon. I'm not going to boot up that Digimon game. I bet you there's a pretty big Digimon audience out there that was like, hey, a Digimon game. That's cool. And then they walk away excited. J-Dub. The console war's over. A $10 super chat. He says, Xbox put their games on PS5. Now that it's over, I think people will stick around just to hate on gaming in general because their platform didn't win. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I've been trying to think about what's going on, J-Dub. I've been trying to diagnose it. And I'm not quite sure what it is. But I definitely think that all the way up to this year, there were people that wouldn't admit they were unhappy with their choice. They just wouldn't admit it. They had made a choice. It was disappointing. I started screaming about the disappointment starting at the end of like 2022. I was just like, what the frick is going on? And then all of 2023, I basically just completely morphed and evolved. And I was like, I'm done with this platform. And then 2024 was just like, this is it. This is over. I think all along the way, you had people that were either in denial about their dissatisfaction, so they would just come around to crap on PlayStation because they wanted us to be miserable too, because I was having a good time. And now that they basically are like, my platform's kind of done. They're basically a publisher now. They're kind of doing the same thing. It's like, well, I'm just going to show up to ruin your day. I'm going to hate raid you and spam Xbox better because I'm unhappy and I'm miserable, and I want you to be miserable too. Derek says, get excited for your friend's game. When I was a kid, my friend got Mortal Kombat 3. I was happy for him, even though I played Street Fighter. Right? I had people in the Discord last night that were saying they were having a blast with Avowed. And you know what I said? I was like, dude, I'm glad you guys are having a good time. I was not posturing when I said yesterday. I was genuinely worried reading the reviews and playing through the opening of Avowed. I was genuinely like, I really hope that Stone Spire and Lone Wolf have a good time with this game, because man, this feels kind of rough. Like, I consider them to be like friends, community members. I'm like, I don't want you to have a bad time in a game. That doesn't make me feel good. I feel bad when somebody says that they went to a concert and they came back and they were like, nah, it wasn't any good. I feel bad for that person. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. That sucks. Sound was bad, blah, blah, blah. Or somebody comes back from a movie they were really looking forward to, or a show, and they're like, it wasn't any good. I always feel bad for that person. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, I feel kind of bad for you. I know you were looking forward to that game. I know you were hoping that was really good. And I tell you what, I was playing that opening of Avowed, and I'm like, man, I really hope you guys like this, because this does not feel like a game that I would give a whole lot of time to. And then they were in the Discord last night, all excited. They were having a good time. And I was like, you know what? I'm happy for you guys. I had guys in my on my comments this morning, and they were like, yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. And they were like, man, I'm having such a great time. And I'm like, brother, I am glad somebody is, because I just was like, not me. So whenever I watch a showcase like that, and someone's like, bro, that game looks sick, and like, let's take the Metal Gear game. Brother, the Metal Gear fans are stoked for that game. The Metal Gear trailer has a crazy like ratio, and I watched that trailer and I was like, this looks kind of busted. I don't think this looks very good. But I wasn't like, how dare you like it? I was like, I'm good. I hope you guys have a good time. Derek says, I was so disappointed just because you're my brother and how Hellblade 2 turned out. We can enjoy or be disappointed by proxy. Oh, yeah, Hellblade 2. That one hurt me deep. That one cut deep. That was kind of the end for me. I was like, I'm done with this platform. It's kind of the way the media is, says El Duderino. Gaming is one of the only forms of entertainment where fans think that it's not unanimously praised, then it sucks. Chris says, the games are not exclusives, but I don't care about exclusives. I've always hated them from the days I played on my Xbox 360 and my friend had a PS3. That's why I like PC, as there are 0 here. I'm sorry, what did you just say? You think there are 0 exclusives on PC? Homie, you have the most exclusives. You have the most. Brother, are you okay? Do you actually play on PC? You have the most exclusives. That's a chat to me and Kevin? No. No. You said it in view of the public. The PC has the most exclusives. What are you talking about? Now, they're not like published by Valve exclusives, but they're exclusives. There is a mountain of AA and indie titles that you can only play on Steam. There are so many games I would love to come to console from Steam. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Karate Survivor, a litany of games on my wish list, and games that I put on your radar and wish list. I've been like, oh, I wish this would come to console. I wish that it would. There are games right now coming that you'll only be able to get on Steam that I'm like, I can't wait for that to come to PC. There's a handful recently I've told you guys about. Warden's Will right now. Linked Banner of Spark. I don't know about Mouse PI. I think Mouse PI might end up on PC day and date. I can't remember. Echo Point Nova. Ink Sanity with the Member Plus. Finally able to support again. Thank you for your words, and thank you for the best place to watch. Ink Sanity, thank you so much for that renewal. I'm counting it twice because that's how much I love you, brother. Thank you so much for a Member Plus renewal. There are so many games. Yeah, Witchfire. Thank you, FCAT. I put a ton of time into Witchfire, and I tried to get it to run well on my PC in the living room because I wanted to play Witchfire so bad. You have so many exclusives on PC. You can only get them on PC. I'm surprised that the PC guys don't strut around about that more. Well, they can't, can they? Because they're commonly the ideologues that scream and maul about how exclusives are anti-consumer and games should be put everywhere. Well, then why are all those great PC games that I just listed not also on console? Gee, maybe because building for one platform helps keep their development bandwidth down, and it's easier for them to ship a title because they have a limited budget. All your ideology crumbles when you actually look at the platform that you play on. Well, everything should be everywhere, and exclusives are anti-consumer. Okay, well, Steam's busting at the seams with anti-consumer companies then. Because there's tons of games you can only get on Steam. Why are all those companies so anti-consumer? Why are those games not everywhere? PC's not calling the shots, giant different. It's entirely on the devs. Jake. Oh, Jake. Why would you say something like that? Because I gotta do it to you. I've gotta hurt you. Brother, do you think that PlayStation twists the arm of these developers? Or do you think that exclusives are mutually beneficial to the developers and that's why they do it? What do you think's happening? You think PlayStation kicks the door in? Boom! Hey! Your game's exclusive or we're gonna kill you. Like, what do you think happens? It's on the devs, brother. Words don't hurt, I'm grown. I know. You can take it. You can take it, Jake. But come on, brother. Yes, it's up to the devs to only put their game on Steam, just like it's only up to the devs to put their game exclusively on a platform. They could say no. They could say, PlayStation, we think that's anti-consumer. We're not doing it. Like, historically speaking, why do you think exclusives are so common in the market? Because the devs are like, well, it's a pretty good deal. This is a pretty good deal. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you so much. €2 from Johannes. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Hang on. Delta Boss with a $5 super chat says, earlier said you bought a PS5 for a platform. I still always lean Xbox because of things like Play Anywhere, which is worth it to me more than exclusives. Delta Boss, do you know what's respectable about your position? It's as respectable as it is consistent. If you're consistent, then I respect the position. Right? If you're consistent, if you look at me and I say, I'm happy with my PlayStation, I'm happy with my PS5 Pro, because I didn't buy a first-party machine, I bought a platform that offers me VR, a platform that offers me remote play on a $200 accessory that I bought, a platform that offers me the most powerful console in the market. I got a lot more than a first-party machine. I don't know how anybody can look at a PlayStation 5 Pro and say, well, there's not enough first party, so it sucks. I'm like, it's a platform that offers so much more than that. I don't know what you're talking about. It's the best console to play a game like Space Marine 2 on. It's the most powerful console. I can remote play with my Portal. I can do PSVR 2, and the VR 2 games get a bump from the power of the Pro. FCAT says, Play Anywhere is good. Buy once, own it on the console and PC. Pretty pro-consumer. I mean, I think pro-consumer is a misnomer. I think it's pro-loyalty. They want you to stay loyal because loyalty leads to more money. More money leads to more profit. It's a pro-profit endeavor. Well, no, you can say it, but is it true? Nope. What are you saying is not true that I said, ADR Zone? You know, it's funny, you're convincing me to never buy a Pro. It's not for me. They don't care about me. I wonder, Zubair, if you'll think differently in 18 months. Like, will games like Yote and Death Stranding 2 make you go, frick? Right? You're going to be able to hold off, and then they're going to drop. You're going to see people playing Death Stranding 2. And you're going to see people playing Yote, and you're going to go, shoot, that looks really good. A $5 super chat tip from Caleb. PS5 definitely won, and we all know this. I still love Game Pass, game sharing, ultimate for progression through PC, and quick resume to play where we left off. Right, and if those are platform features that you like and you enjoy, and you feel like they're worth staying where you are, that's totally fine. I will gift a member. Thank you so much for making confetti, by the way, with your super chat. I'm going to reset the goal so you guys can make confetti again. I'm going to bump the member count by 1. This is the time where you guys can make me add to the member count. Thank you so much. Hang on. I want to read what Ghost in the Garage said. So you admit it's anti-consumer, clipped and shared on Twitter, says Eugene. Can we stop with the pro-consumer talk? I spent the majority of my life at the highest levels of corporate America and have never heard pro or anti-consumer. It's a misnomer. Companies don't use pro-consumer. They're doing everything they can to promote customer loyalty because customer loyalty feeds the bottom line. That's what they're in service to. They're in service to the bottom line. Always have been and always will be. That's how businesses operate. I mean, I know what you're saying when you say pro-consumer. Oh, ADR Zone, you said, I was agreeing with your PS5 Pro take. The Pro does offer what people like us want from it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Xbox Better. There you go, Divisive Gaming. You can now use the Xbox Better emote. Guys, if you're enjoying the show and the banter, we welcome different opinions. We welcome different thoughts. A lot of different things going on in the news. You know, PS5 sales did very well last quarter. Not only that, 42% of the PlayStation 5 sold in the last quarter were new users. Somehow they're getting new users, even though we were told that's not possible. I gave you my Avowed first impressions. Assassin's Creed Shadows pre-orders are tracking with Odyssey, so that's great for the grifters, I'm sure. And then I gave you my reaction to the state of play. We've been kind of bouncing around a lot of different topics. Take a quick second and smash the like button. Try to get us to 300 likes. Listen, I know it's Valentine's Day. We're going to celebrate tonight with the stream with Madam. All right, we're gonna be hanging out. She's gonna be playing Avowed. If you've never seen my wife play these games, when she played through Redfall, Starfield, it was hilarious. You're gonna want to be here for it. So make sure you got your membership up to date. Gameplay of Yasuke is kind of lacking. I liked what I saw. I think people were hoping for Tsushima, and because they're not getting it, they're like, meh. And I'm like, I didn't want Tsushima. I wanted a unique combat system, and I think his combat looks dope. I'm okay with people not liking it, but I think his combat looks dope. I did not just want like another like Tsushima adjacent experience. I wanted a unique combat system. I think that's why it was important they picked, a 6.5 foot tall brute, because he's not going to move and play like a finessed, smooth, almost like more like compact frame Japanese man who can like sneak around. Like, he's just going to play different. Is she ever going to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance? I don't know. She's really enjoying it. She wants me to go back to Kingdom Come Deliverance too, and I'm like, I need mod support on PlayStation so I can get the save mod. Mike and a Mike with a VIP. Almost next time for the badge. Good morning. Thank you so much. And look at that. 730. That is tantalizing. We are a 20 bomb from 750. That's the next milestone where I have a Valentine's Day shirt I can wear tonight if you guys hit the goal. And Delta Boss with a $5 super chat. Totally agree. The day PS5 has a PC launcher and I can buy a game only once is the day I no longer need an Xbox, but until then I'll stay Xbox. See, I'm okay with consumers saying, here are my standards, and I'm going to stay consistent with my standards. I think that that's totally fine, because that's all I ever did. I was like, my standard was, give me 60 FPS. Please. Please. It's why I started playing on PC back in the day. And a 5-bomb from Alfonso, and he gets Jake back in the mix. Welcome back in, Jake. And that 5-bomb could start a 5-bomb train. Let's get 3 more and go all the way to 750 just that fast. Alfonso's like, I got to see this Valentine's Day shirt. Thank you very, very much. Good day, a little late today. What's good, Cat Uncle? How are you? Hollow S550 is saying hit the like. Yeah, guys, you didn't hit the like count. The like count didn't move. Double check that you hit the like. I want 300 likes. It helps the video. Let's go. Yo, what's good, Jake? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say Treble Champ. Jake says, love you guys and gals. Treble Champ says, no refunds on PSN is a joke. Consoles don't offer refunds. I mean, you can't get refunds on Nintendo or Xbox. I mean, you might be able to do it if you, like, call in. You can get, like, I think, like, a refund every 90 days on PlayStation. Why are these not going towards a Super Chat goal? Borbor with a $5 Super Chat says, we only need one game in 40 minutes. That should be enough. PS has varied consumers. People need to grow up. I agree with you. Entitled. Why is this not working? You get refunds on Xbox? You can get refunds on PlayStation. You can't just do it all of the time, though. People always run with this narrative, and others will chime in and be like, you can only do a couple of games before Xbox says no. You can do the same thing on PlayStation. You can call in through customer support, and you can refund a couple of games like every so many months or every 90 days, 6 months, or a year or something. It's not like Steam where you can be like, didn't like it, give me my money back. I am in full agreement with you, and this is where I think the government should step in. I think the government should step in and say, if you run a digital storefront, the ease with which you can purchase should be matched by the ease with which you can refund. I believe that is logical and fair consumer protection that is completely absent. I don't even think it's as straightforward as it should be on Steam, if you want my honest opinion. I don't think it's as straightforward as it should be on Steam. Steam is the literal best example, but even that's not where I want it. I want to be able to go to the game and say, uninstall, refund. I went to your game and I clicked buy, charge me, checkout, boom. I should be able to go to your game and say refund, give me my money back. I shouldn't have to go to your help page and submit it that way. It should be right there. All digital storefronts should operate that way. That's my belief. I don't believe consumers are properly protected. It's too easy for games to come out and you buy them and you're like, this sucks, I don't like it. Well, I'm stuck with it. Or do you want to get on the phone and go through a whole process of like trying to get them to do it? And they're like, well, you already did a couple, so you can't do any more for this amount of time. What do you mean? Every game is different. Every publisher is different. No, I know that you can on Steam, Grim. I'm saying it should be super straightforward. Imagine walking back into Target and you're like, I want to return this. And they're like, okay, what you need to do is you need to go to downtown. You need to park in a parking lot that's going to charge you to park there. And then you need to go up to the 7th floor, knock on the door, say that the password is, I see dead people. And then when you get inside, they're going to let you get your money back after 30 days if you fill out a form. Like, that's what it feels like. He's like, I'm not going to get on the phone and deal with all that. I shouldn't have to do all this. I should be able to do it right here where I purchased it. Steam's 2-hour play limit for refund is crazy. I spent 2 hours trying to optimize a game and couldn't get it to run well and then got denied the refund. Yeah, well, the target is, say Drake. Somebody got the reference. Wait, that's a cool password. What's the password? Digital games on consoles need a clear and easy refund policy. That's right. That's exactly how it should function. I go to your storefront, I push 2 or 3 buttons. I pushed 2 or 3 buttons and I bought your game. I should be able to do the same thing to get my money back. Gaming is the only industry where you can sell an incomplete product and there's no consequences with respect to like the customer saying, I don't want this. If I bought anything from Target or Best Buy or anywhere and I got it home and like, doesn't work, I would take it back and they'd be like, oh, no problem. Here's your money. You know? Here's your money back. Yeah, I'm in full agreement about that. PlayStation doesn't unfortunately accept Euro because Euro forces them to? Huh? What are you talking about, Mayhem? It's considered more like a movie than a lawnmower. You can't return movies for sucking or having bad CGI. Here's why it's different though, Zuby, because it is software, and software can be faulty, broken, or incomplete. If you went to the movies and there were just entire scenes missing and you just sat there in a dark room for 7 minutes, you're like, what's going on? They're like, oh yeah, sorry, that scene didn't finish in post-production. You just have to wait. I'd be like, you're going to give me my money back. You're going to give me my money back. This movie's incomplete. There are games that we would not classify them as like, well, I got all the way to the end of the game and rolled credits and I really didn't like my time, give me my money back. Like you get all the way to the end credits of a movie and you're like, well, I'd like my money back. That was kind of crappy. I don't think that's the best analog to gaming, because most of the time you're an hour or 2 hours in, maybe 3 hours in, and you're like, yo, this thing's kind of busted. I would like my money back. This thing's not running well. This thing's broken. I've never heard of these movie ticket refunds. Well, Zuby, you probably have to leave within a certain amount of time. You probably can't walk out as the credits are starting and you're like, it was pretty bad. Could I have my money back? I think if you walk out within the first hour, a lot of those places will refund you. If you're like, maybe you're just like, the content's, really offensive. I didn't anticipate that. And they'd be like, well, you should have done your research. I don't know if they're going to argue with you, but, I would imagine if you leave before it's over, they're not going to fight with you. If there's 5 minutes left, they might be like, sir, you watched the whole movie, eat the entire steak and leave a bite. And you're like, it didn't taste good. If you take a single bite and you're like, this wasn't cooked properly, most even restaurants will say, okay, we'll refund you. We won't charge you for it. It used to be 45 minutes into a movie you could get refund. Yeah, I don't know if there's official policies or not, but most places are just going to err on the side of the consumer's upset, just give them their money back, unless you're being, obviously trying to game the system. Characterization was flat, and I find the plot shallow and pedantic. I'd like a refund, please. Also, for the popcorn and the Reese's Pieces. I have buyer's remorse on the candy because I have a bellyache. Could you give me my money back? I left halfway through a movie because people were being disruptive and they gave me 4 free passes. Yeah, that too. If somebody brings like a kid and you're like, hey, we're 30 minutes in, this kid keeps crying, I'm coming back. Can I have my money back? Most movie theaters will just give you a credit. Yeah, those give you like a passes like that. Yeah. Because they want you to come back. They anticipate you coming back and maybe buying, candy or something. I shot my blood sugar through the roof, and it so wasn't worth it. I blame you. You had these shining lights and all this beautiful candy, Let me see here. You guys have submitted some questions. Yo, guys, hey, is this thing on? What's going on? Everybody double check the like count. What's going on here? What's going on? Is YouTube acting up? We've asked for likes a couple times now. We've gotten like 7. Everyone take a quick second and double check it. Something's not right. YouTube's acting up. The view count's been all over the place, so I'm just assuming YouTube's having some issues. I got a question here from Ormney. Lona, did you see that Rockstar made a Discord yesterday? They have a sub chat called GTA 6 with the description, discuss latest news on GTA 6 here. Surely something is coming soon, right? Here's the thing. The Discord is potentially preparation for something, but I don't think it's anything in the immediate future. I think the earliest we hear anything is April. I think it's April. If they were going to do something about like the release date or a new trailer and it's in like the next week or so, that timing doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you have just had that ready for the week of the earnings call? Do you get my meaning? Like, if you're going to do something in February with GTA 6, you would have done it the week of the earnings call because that would have really bolstered share value, shareholder confidence, market confidence. I think right now we get nothing until like April. April at the earliest. I think April's their next earnings call. So I think April is the earliest we hear anything. And I think if April, they double down again and they say it's slated for fall, we're still good, I think everything kicks up in the summer. I think at this point they're not going to say much until like May. They'll say something in the earnings call, and then if they're good to go, I think marketing begins in May. Cuz marketing personally in my estimation is going to be a 6-month window. Now some of this is based on things they've done in the past. They don't start marketing the game. They don't start really pushing out screenshots, trailers, and things like that. They don't start doing that until you're in that like 6 to 9 month window. They've done in the past. They've done shorter marketing windows for their games, and I think some of that's because their games are so big and so ambitious that they're never super confident that the game is actually going to make it on time. So they hold back everything until they can firmly say, this is the date. And I think GTA 6 is just so gargantuan, I don't think they say much until we're within 6 months of the actual release date. These modern theaters with these giant menus and even bars or something else, that said, if they were around when I was 16, my biggest problem with that is the last time I went to a movie theater where they let me do that, I got like a quesadilla and like a nice 16-ounce glass of beer, and I was like so sleepy. Like halfway through the movie, I'm like falling asleep. I think it was Rogue One. I was just like, huh. It's like, nope, I'm better off just going in with nothing. Luke Vaders with a super chat. Okay, that super chat actually hit the super chat goal. I don't know what happened with the other two. Why do you think IGN has changed its tune over the last year with Xbox? They rarely talk positively about Xbox in the past. It's a little suspicious. I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean they've rarely talked positively? They've been on Xbox Defense Force for the last 4 years. You've got guys like Ryan McCaffrey immediately jumping to conclusions and claiming that like Wukong was money hatted and then deleted his tweet and then he blocked me because I called him out about it. I didn't call him a name or anything. I was just like, this is the state of modern gaming journalism right here. No research, no investigation, just make a claim. Just make a claim. Not based on anything, Just Just make a claim. That's all you have to do. I mean, he's not much different than somebody writing a fake, or false twit longer. He's kind of in that vein in my mind. It's like you're just making a claim. Like their recent headline of like Xbox and PlayStation 5 sales are plummeting. Are you sure about that? Did you have any evidence? No, you didn't. And then when we look at the fourth quarter results for PlayStation, we're like, oh, all their numbers are up. Gee, it's almost like you don't actually report facts. You're just a fandom outlet at this point. Or how about this? I'll do you another one. When they misquoted an earnings call, they just misquoted it. PlayStation says we are entering into the latter half. Latter half means second half. It means we're halfway through. IGN changes the word. They change it to latter stages. Why? Because that has a negative connotation. It makes it sound like we're 4 years in and we're already entering into the latter stages. The end stages? What? They got community noted for misquoting the earnings call. And do you want to know what they did? They just did it again. They published the same image. They published the same misquote. They're liars. That's a lie. You can't just misquote an earnings call and just change words because you feel like it. If you put something in quotes, it needs to be what they actually said. That is egregious. If you did that, if NBC came out here and misquoted a Microsoft or an Amazon earnings call, you'd see a retraction so fast it'd make your head spin because they'd get threatened with legal action. They'd be like, what are you doing? We didn't say that. You understand that when you report on what an earnings call says, that affects public perception, share value, all of that, and you're gonna misquote? You'd get threatened with legal action in almost any other instance. Sony doesn't care. Why? Because IGN's nothing to them. It's just some piddly little outlet that's on its way out. If a major news outlet did that, misquoted a giant corporation's earnings calls, they'd get in big, big trouble. That's civilly actionable. You can't do that. And I am firm on this because outlets like this should have better standards. They should. It's not hard to be accurate. It isn't difficult. You just take your mouse and you just drag it over the earnings call report, the PDF, you just copy, paste. Here's what they said. It's easy. You could train a monkey to do it. You could train a monkey to copy and paste. Is that too hard? A $5 super chat tip from Borbor says, to be honest, SIE games are a cut above others. These are the facts. YouTubers with negativity farming lied about SIE for years. The coverage is unintelligent. Yeah, that's why I've seen numerous people, Borbor. At this point, I think I've seen 3, maybe 4 people say, I can't believe how good these games are, because they believe the lies. They believe the lies. I have seen multiple people say this. They're like, I got a PS5 and I can't believe the quality of the games. Because they were watching people for years that said they suck, they're boring, they're movie games. And they were like, yeah, those games suck, they're boring, they're movie games. And then they boot one up and they play for an hour and they're like, oh my gosh. I had somebody come back and tell me that. They're like, Lono, I thought you were hyping it up. I thought you were exaggerating. I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima for an hour, and I can't believe it. I can't believe how good it is. It's like, I'm telling you, you play games at that caliber, and you're not like shilling. You're just literally a fan of gaming. You're like, these games are incredible. They're great. I started Returnal again today. I'm on my 3rd biome already. It's even better than I remember. It's so good, Gordon. I could not be happier that Housemarque said, we got to make another one of these. We can't do anything else with Selene and Helios, but but we got to make another one of these. And I'm so glad that they did, because I was so torn when they said they weren't doing a sequel. I was like, I kind of am glad that you're not doing a sequel, because I think Returnal is such a complete package. It's such a beautiful work of art. And yet, it's just like, oh, this game feels so good. This game is so pristinely built. And they're like, we agree with you. We're making another one. But we're just going to call it something else and have a different character in a different place and time. And we're going to expand on the mechanics. And I'm like shaking in my chair with excitement. You can't get past Biome 1 and Returnal. It's so good. Raven, you should try and just team up with somebody here and play co-op one night. There's people here that play. It is a little bit easier co-op because you have to share the resources, so the power threshold is actually very smart. You actually are the power of one character split between two, but the aggro split is a huge help. Being able to have a really big bad in the room and there's two of you that it has to aggro on, it makes a big difference, especially in the boss fight. My wife and I were able to do it. Now, the problem is that when you play co-op, sadly, the co-op person can't get a checkpoint. So when we come back the next day to work on like Biome 2, I have the checkpoint, and then she comes in, she's not going to have anything. Yo, what's good, Delta169? How are you? Happy Friday to you, too. For the record, when y'all start playing with path racing, you're going to be like, oh, he was right. This is amazing. I mean, Zuby, I've seen the videos. I know what you're saying is true, but I don't prioritize it as highly as you do. You know? I'm not like, dude, I got to go to the store right now and buy a monstrous PC so I can play all my games like this. You know? I'll play. I love me some Returnal. Discord's not fixing the linking problem? That's so weird. I have Returnal through PSN and have never downloaded it. What kind of game is it? It is an action... It's a third-person action bullet hell rogue. You have to be okay with dying and going back to the beginning. If you can get over that, like I did, it is magnificent. You got to get over that. You got to be accepting of the risk of death adds to the experience. The risk of death adds to the experience. Like the fact that at any moment, it can all go bad. It's so... The potency of that is great. Dying is part of progression. You do get stronger each time, but it's not as noticeable. They did say in the next game it's going to be a more linear experience. Like you're going to feel more... Maybe they didn't say linear. I'm interpreting it as being more linear. There'll be permanent upgrades so that you feel a sense of progression even after dying. The suspended feature they added made the rogue element much easier to deal with. I think they just saw that it as a game was so appealing to soak in and enjoy the story, expecting somebody to come down and sit down and dedicate multiple hours to a full run just to enjoy it was just a tall order. Sometimes somebody has an hour, they don't have 2.5 to 3. Because nobody wants to be like, well, the only way you're going to actually beat it is you've got to play fast. Returnal's better when you play... I think it's better when you play more meticulously. Like when you take your time to get stronger, that makes for better runs. Well, before you could do a suspended run and get a checkpoint, it was like, buckle up. If you play meticulous and slow, one run could take you 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? It's like, even with the checkpoint at Biome 4, it's just like, Biome 1 to 3, if you take your time and you really want to get strong, that's easily going to be a 2 to 3 hour stint. So it's like, but there, you got to go fast. You got to go fast. Well, that defeats so many of the mechanisms in the game to go fast. You're not going to get strong enough. You're going to skip rooms. You're going to skip upgrades. You're going to skip power. So I think they made a very good decision. I don't think it's antithetical to the rogue to say you can suspend the run and come back tomorrow. I think that that's fine. It's not a game that I think is good when you rush it, you know? I also think it's unfortunate that Biome 3 was just so poorly balanced because so many of the review outlets got stuck on Biome 3 and their reviews were very incomplete. My entire opinion of the game changed when I beat it. It went from being a game that was fun that I really liked to being a game that was my game of the year. Like it completely rose in quality when I actually beat it. In Hades, you can quit in the beginning of each room. Still awesome rogue experience. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think you can still have a good time. Oh, Sneaky Wolf got a question here. Guys, this is something you can do as a member. Make sure you're smashing a like button. Consider becoming a member or gifting a member. We've got a big goal. We want to get to 600 people at Member Plus, and you can help us get there by clicking join and clicking Member Plus. And then you can have your questions featured. And Sneaky Wolf says, when do you think we get our first look of gameplay for Ghosts of Yotei? Okay, well, here's the thing. I am wondering if I had this all backwards. I thought that Death Stranding 2 was a bigger game in scope and would therefore need more time to cook and would be a second half of the year game. And I thought Ghost of Yotei was going to be a first half of the year game. That's why I kept telling people, I was like, I think Ghost of Yotei's at the state of play. I think they're going to show gameplay and a release date. And people were like, well, Lono, if you actually look at the release dates, Yotei's had less time, Death Stranding 2's had more time, given when the last games came out. And Kojima seems to have an incredible efficiency at Kojima Productions. Like, they seem to be very fast at what they do. So, unfortunately, we may be looking at Yotei getting a big focus point in the summer. Do you remember when Spider-Man 2 got a big focus point at the showcase? It got like a 20-minute thing at the end. We may see something like that, and then Yotei is like a later in the year release, September or something. We also could be dealing with a Yotei release that's like October, November, but right now they're waiting because nobody knows when GTA 6 is coming. So I may have misfired. I just, for some reason, I got it in my head. I was like, Yotei's going to be first half of the year. Death Stranding 2 is going to be second half. I think I was wrong. I think if Yotei was first half of the year, it would have been at this event and we would have gotten a release date, I think. Bird Dog says, are devs getting lazy and relying on frame gen instead of properly optimizing games for PC? I think there's a lot of nuance to what's going on with PC optimization. You know, I chuckled and kind of memed on this yesterday. I talked about how Asmongold was like reacting to a video that was like the state of PC gaming, and he was basically looking at, you know, how these, you know, he looked at a video that was looking at like Tsushima and Horizon PlayStation ports that were just incredible with respect to optimization and performance, and then he was looking at Monster Hunter Wilds. There's a lot of nuance to that discussion, though. Monhun Wilds is in the RE engine. The RE engine is showing itself to be pretty poor for open world games. I am interested in what Monhun Wilds ends up looking like on the Pro, because the Pro is using PSSR for the upscaler, and the base PS5 is using FSR1. I think there's going to be a chasm of difference between those two, to the point that people are probably going to be pretty ticked. They're going to be like, what the heck? I think it's going to look and run better on the Pro by a large margin compared to the base PS5. And then the PC is obviously having its own issues. And I also think there was truth to what Zach said in the video, though. Like he said, it seems like companies optimize for consoles first, and you know, PC's kind of an afterthought. It's like, yeah. And I keep telling people this when we get into the exclusive discussions. Like, yes. Yep. The devs are like, hey, if we prioritize this platform first, we can get a lot more done. We can. It's easier to polish and optimize for a closed ecosystem. It just is. They know where they can push the limits. They know where they can't, especially once they start learning shortcuts and tricks. If they've already done it once, right? If they've already kind of optimized the game for PS5 or the Series X or whatever. But if they've already optimized the game for the PS5, they kind of already know the shortcuts and the tricks. Well, PCs, it's never going to be that simple, because it's always a moving target. There's new graphics cards, there's new CPUs, there's new tech, there's new drivers, there's new things to tap into. And so it's a greater it's a greater opportunity for cool things, but it's also a greater opportunity to get snagged on stuff or to not have it be as good. And that's why I said when we first learned about the PlayStation 5 Pro and the first rumors were that it was going to accelerate ray tracing, I said the Pro is going to be market disruptive because developers are going to say, hey, that's what we like. That helps us. So developers are going to prioritize making games for PlayStation and tapping into Pro. And the reason the Pro will be market disruptive will make, I think, significant landfall when the PS6 comes out and when they push out this handheld. I think the handheld, they made a breakthrough with PSSR. I think they did. So they're going to be able to get like good performance out of a handheld that's going to be unexpected. And I think the PS6 is going to tap into similar tech. And if it has the advanced ray tracing and it has the PSSR, I think devs are going to say, man, that's a great environment to build games for. We can really, really polish the product, and we can really, really hit high levels of performance and graphics. That's great. And I think you're going to see devs and you're going to see third-party devs and second-party relationships continue to flourish for PlayStation because of what Mark Cerny has done with the Pro and then Project Amethyst and PS6. I do. I think you can see it. You can already see it happening. Look how quickly all these studios lined up to do PS5 Pro enhancements to the point that they pushed out patches too early and a handful of the games needed to be fixed because they weren't running very well. Do you know what that's evidence of? Now, the grifters and the liars tried to use it as evidence that PSSR was a failure and a flop. But what it was evidence of was a gold rush. It was evidence of developers saying, whoa, we want some of that. That sounds great. And they rushed. Well, why would they do that? Why would PSSR and the PS5 Pro have that magnetism with developers? Why? What would be the reason? Because it speaks to them. It's what they like. It's what they've asked for. They were chomping at the bit for more power and more ability within the console space. And Cerny gave it to him. And he's going to continue to give it to him. That's his goal. He said it in an interview with Digital Foundry. Bor with a $5 super chat. Returnal coverage was misinformation. All IGN and other outlets did was Elden Ring promos during lockdown. Repeat 2009 gameplay. Nobody talks about that. Zubair says, here's an analogy. If you prompt a text AI with one question, it gives a meh answer. If you prompt it with an 1,000-word prompt, it gives good answers. Upscaling is the same. Upscaling from 540 to 1080 is vastly different to 1440 to 4K upscaling. So much more information in the latter. Right. Well, and I think with handhelds too, and this is where I think you're going to see a lot of breakthroughs with the handheld. Like, I don't think frame gen is the enemy. People are like, fake frames. I don't think frame gen is your enemy. I think input latency is your enemy. If they can couple frame gen with the NVIDIA reflex, which is minimizing input latency, and it doesn't feel like you're playing a 30 FPS game, buddy, that's going to be huge. You'll be able... I've continued to make this prediction because of frame gen and because of upscaling. I think when you buy a handheld 7 years from now, 5 years from now, you're not even going to question whether or not it can hit 60 frames per second. It just will. It just will. They'll scale down these upscalers to work in smaller pieces of hardware. They'll scale down not just the upscalers, but the frame gen. They'll scale it all down. So you can go to the store and you're going to be able to buy a $700, $1,000 handheld, and you're not even going to question if it can get 60 FPS. It just will. It'll just be normal. Because the level with which this stuff will fix itself, advance, and smooth over is relatively quick. I mean, it didn't take PSSR long. It didn't take long at all. We already have a mainline developer that said, oh yeah, we figured it out. The guys that work on Black Ops 6 were like, yeah, we already figured out the PSSR thing. You got to denoise it. They already have gotten to the point where PSSR implementation is better. That didn't even take 6 months. It didn't take 6 months. So NVIDIA's frame gen, NVIDIA reflex to minimize input latency, that stuff's just going to continue to get better and better and better and better. The chase for raw power to native resolution, the chase for raw power to just push more and more and more frames with raw power, that's a fool's errand. They're not doing that anymore. We're in a new era of gaming where image quality and image stability, that's your goal. And if you can do wizardry and frame gen and upscaling, and I get an image that looks incredible and it's stable and it's smooth, I don't care how you got there. If you come up with some new way of cooking a ribeye and it tastes amazing, I don't care if you're like, well, we hang it upside down for a day over a potted plant, and the aroma from the plant does something to the tenderizing effect. And then when we take it down from there, we let kids smack it. We don't know why. Their little hands, it just works. We let these kids smack it, and then we cook it, and it's better for some reason. I'd be like, I don't care about any of that. It tastes incredible. That's a bunch of weird, strange, why are you doing that to the meat behavior? But if it tastes amazing, I'm going to eat it. I'm not going to be like, well, I really think you should just throw it in a cast iron because that's the only way to do it. So if they're going to get you amazing, amazing image quality, amazing image stability, if it's crisp, if it's beautiful, if it runs well, why do you care what's happening under the hood? Why do you care? Smack it, flip it, rub it down. Right, yeah, just do it the old-fashioned way. Well, this went weird. I was going to say have like a person dress up as a clown hit it or something, and I was like, that's kind of creepy. And I was like, I don't know. Yeah, the store owner's kid, he's back there smacking the meat, and we told him to stop, and then all of a sudden we realized that he was on to something. I don't know. You get the point that, like, you'd be like, why are you hanging the meat above that potted plant? Like, what the frick are you doing? And they'd be like, just trust us. It's going to be amazing. Child labor, how dare you? You get the point. The point is that, like, if they change the method of bringing it out to me and it tasted incredible, I don't care. I don't care. PS5 announced 75 units sold, shipped. 75 million units shipped. Ahead of PS1, 3, and PS4 now in terms of units sold after release date. It's shipped. Yeah, which means it'll be 75 million sold very soon. It's shipment in response to demand. And they're ahead of the PS4 in the US market, not global. This is my problem with the community, says Corey. We've all gotten so caught up in the minutia of gaming that we've lost the point. No one cares how you got there. We care if you get there. Exactly. Exactly. Like, to me, I don't care how you got me to get to where Space Marine 2 looked. I don't care. Oh, but it's not native. The resolution you give me. I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. So the narrative has changed. It's not about power and not caring. Everyone changes all the time to fit the goalposts. I'm not moving the goalposts. I haven't moved the goalposts and said that it's not about power. I haven't said that at all. I've said that everybody's looking at frame gen and being like, oh, it's fake frames. Or they're looking at upscaling and they're like, oh, that's not native. That's a fool's errand. Trying to push hardware to give you native 4K and like actual genuine like 4K 120. If the technology can be harnessed in a way to get you there, who cares? Like fake resolution? That's what I'm saying is what you're saying doesn't matter. The PlayStation 5 Pro is more powerful. But if they can take what amounts to a shortcut to give me 4K so that they have more headroom, so that the game runs more stable, and image quality and image stability and the frame rate is more stable and better, That to me is a better end result than them just brute forcing and saying, no, we need to give them native 4K. Well, you're going to struggle with consistent frames. You're going to struggle with image quality and stability because it's going to have a hard time doing that. It's really heavy. Does that make sense? It's like, I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm saying when you look at the tech and you look at the end result, who cares if it looks incredible? You're worried about how they do it. I'm not worried about that. So pay more money for something that you're not actually getting, though? No, I'm paying more money for what I was promised. I was promised a smooth 60F performance with better ray tracing and a better resolution, and I'm getting it. You're just desperate to complain. Not surprising. You've been here before and you run narrative. So you're just desperate to complain. You don't care about the end result. You don't care about gaming. You want to be able to criticize and complain. Even people with really strong PC rigs are not trying to run everything native. You're like, it's funny that people run this because it's like you run this narrative, but it's like even people with really hefty PC rigs are not trying to run everything native. They're not. They're happy to use DLSS. They're happy to use an upscaler because it gives them more headroom so that the game runs better. Like, you're claiming that, falsely I might add, you're false framing as if the concern about power and power being tapped into automatically means it's got to be native. It's got to be native. And it's like, that was never the point. When I watched the marketing for both of the consoles, Project Scarlet, Series X, and then the PS5, I was never thinking to myself, it better be native 4K. I never thought that. I was like, I need it to look better, run better, be faster. Yes, I do, because I don't play Twitter or want to look at sales. If I don't have stock in a company, why do I care about what the company cares about? Only I care about its games. You don't sound like you care about games. You sound like you care about keeping points because you're like, well, it's not real. It's not real 4K. What do you mean? You know what's funny is you wouldn't know it wasn't really 4K if you weren't watching people that talked about it. I don't know why you suddenly jumped to sales. I didn't jump to sales. Why are you talking about sales? You just changed the subject. Like, if you only know about upscaling, you only know about the methods that they do it because you're literally hanging out in non-gaming environments. This isn't a gaming environment. It's a gaming podcast. You're not playing games right now. You're not. If you never would have set foot on YouTube or Twitter to see these things discussed, you wouldn't have a clue how they're getting the resolution and the frame rate in these games. You'd have no idea. The average consumer has no clue. If I go to my friends, if I go to my church group, all my friends, I got this group of guys, and I let them play on the PSVR 2 for Father's Day. We all got together. Maybe it wasn't Father's Day. No. The women were away on a retreat or something. Yeah. The women were on a beach trip. So all the dads got together, and I was like, I'm gonna bring over the PlayStation and let you guys play the VR. Okay. If we did that again, and I brought over the PS5 Pro, and I let them see Space Marine 2 or Gran Turismo 7, none of them would know what I'm talking about when I'm like, well, it's not really a 4K image. They're actually using an upscaling method. They'd be like, dude, can you shut up? We're trying to play the game here. They don't care. You only care because you've learned about how they do it, so now you can invalidate it because you're like, well, it's not actually 4K. Because devs don't want to put the actual work in instead of using... No, another false narrative. That's a lie. That's not true. That's a false frame narrative from liars. Not true. False. No. Devs are not out here saying, we don't want to do the actual work. Yeah, we just want to use workarounds. No, you're lying. There are no developers that have said that or do that. No. They want the game to be as awesome and to run as well as possible. And ray tracing helps with that. Upscalers help with that. Frame gen could even help with that. You're misrepresenting the entire development world, tapping into technology like upscaling and frame gen because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't. If you were to do 5 minutes of research into this, the developers that talk about this talk about how it helps them make better games. It helps them get better results. Now, yeah, Black Myth Wukong is an egregious example of frame gen. That's not what all the developers in the development world are doing, though. Just make games 1440 for what the consoles can do native then? No, you're not understanding. I've got to find a way to make this clear to people, because I think there's a lot of folks in your position where you know enough to be dangerous, but you don't know enough to fully grapple with the topic. You're just like, oh, well, why do it then? Okay, track with me here. There was an interview between Digital Foundry and Mark Cerny, and both Mark Cerny and Ollie from Digital Foundry, they were in agreement that we need new ways to talk about this, because the technology has advanced so fast that you're worried about something that actually isn't a concern that you should have. You're like, well, it needs to be native. So you would, and I don't say this to be mean, you would ignorantly say, oh, I'd rather have 1440 native than an upscaled 4K image. Why? If they can hit 4K and you can't tell that they're upscaling because image quality is good, image stability is good, and it's maintaining 60, you should be concerned with those things. Image quality and image stability are far more important than the raw native resolution. You're straining at a gnat. It's like, that's not important. You're prizing something that's from the old era. That's not the era that we're in anymore. Jubair says, I'm going to say this slowly. I'm going to type this slowly. If you send a 1440p stream to your 4K TV and your 4K TV has to upscale it, the TV is going to use a crap upscaler. The AI upscaler is way better, so use that. Native resolution is dead. Long live the AI upscalers. Like, you're living in the past, mate. You're focused on something that truly doesn't matter. And the funny thing about this is, I know that I could trick you. I know I could trick you. Somebody could show you an image and say, check this out, bro. This native 4K isn't awesome. You'd be like, yo, it looks so sick. And they'd let you play for a while. You're like, this is amazing. And they'd be like, okay, we lied. You're playing an upscaled image. They could 100% trick you, because I've seen the comparisons. You can almost barely tell. They're getting better and better. The upscalers are getting better and better. They could 100% trick you. They could be like, you've been playing an upscaled resolution this entire time. Ray tracing is so important and taxing, when instead, just give me more FPS and get rid of that. I'll take FPS over putting it in ray tracing any day. All right, track with me. I thought the same thing about ray tracing. I thought it was a gimmick. I thought it was a resource hog. Developers love ray tracing because it speeds up development time. Ray tracing helps automate a lot of the lighting work. That's why they like ray tracing. That's why Cerny insisted upon the PS5 Pro pushing into advanced ray tracing to accelerate it and to make it better. Chris Farley Folgers. I thought of the same thing, Don. I literally pictured Chris Farley in my mind when I went through that, Don. I'm so glad somebody said that. I was like, bro, this would be so funny. Like, you mean I've been playing an upscaled image? What did you say? They like flip the table. How dare you? How dare you lie to my eyeballs? I only want my eyes to look at native 4K imagery. Mash says, average gamers care about resolution and FPS. What do you mean they don't care? They don't care maybe about 128K yet, but you bet your butt I care about 4K and 60, as do most gamers. That's exactly right. And listen, the average consumer is never going to know the difference between native and upscaled unless you take the time to explain it to them. Bor with another $5 super chat tip puts its one away from confetti and says, if they could, they'd love to not put it on an unsecure platform like Steam. Consoles are safe and secure for their intellectual investment, i.e. games. I think that's a false dichotomy, Bor. I don't think developers are like anti-Steam because, games can get pirated or whatever. I think developers want the game to be as good as possible, and I also think, second to that, they do want as many people to play it as possible. I think people flip those priorities and falsely claim that developers just want as many people as possible to play their game. That's not true. If that were true, they would make every game scalable down to the Nintendo Switch 1. They'd make every game scalable down to the PlayStation 4. They'd make every game scalable down to the Xbox One X. They wouldn't leave behind all those people. There's 60 million people still on the PS4. There's 150 million Nintendo Switches in circulation. If all that mattered was getting as many people as possible to play your game, nobody would push beyond the power reach of older platforms. They would just keep making games for all those people. Developers have nuanced priorities. Maybe they want to push more into ray tracing. Maybe they want to push more into higher resolutions. Maybe they want to push more into larger scale environments. Look at some of these fights that we're seeing in some of these games where the enemies are the size of buildings, right? Like the icon fights in FF16. We're seeing more and more games do big fights like that, big kaiju-like fights. Look at the fights you can do in Doom: The Dark Ages. You don't get that. You don't get that level of investment and innovation and expansion of a game if they're always saying, well, we have to make sure that as many people as possible can play this game. You don't want to leave behind the old PC thresholds, do you? You don't want to leave behind the Nintendo Switch, do you? You don't want to leave behind the PS4, do you? It's an ideological position that's bankrupt because that's not what developers do. They don't prize maximum reach first. They don't. Phil Spencer said that recently in an interview. It's a lie. It's not true. Devs are not saying, well, priority one is maximum reach of the content. No. Priority one is building an amazing product, and there's layers and levels to that. Trademark Dark. Like, there's levels to that. It's like, you get amazing things in Doom. What do they say? What did id Software say in the interview about Doom: The Dark Ages not having multiplayer? What do they say? It helped them focus on the game and squeeze as much as they could out of it, and that's why you get to ride a dragon. You get to ride a dragon in Doom: The Dark Ages because they decided not to do multiplayer. Now, track with me here. What do you think happens when a developer says, well, we don't have to make the game for weaker hardware? You get more than dragons. You're always so angry, chill out. This is passion. If you think this is anger, go to therapy and work out your daddy issues. This isn't anger. Like, you get more. So that idea that, like, well, they have to maximize how many people can play the game. No. After they make an amazing game, then yes, after that, they would love for as many people as possible to play it. Some of you guys would wet yourself in a black church. You couldn't deal with it. The preacher would hit the pulpit, and you'd have to excuse yourself and change your underwear. If you think this is anger, good night. Octavio Cruz with the $20 Super Chat tip says, the whole entertainment industry is based on lying to our eyes. Images are static, but frames are going so fast we think that they're moving, and now people are complaining about fake this and fake that. Thank you so much for making it rain. I owe you guys a member. I will gift a member. I'm going to reset the goal. You guys are amazing. And now we are at 736. I channel like passionate preacher energy. I'm not in here being angry at anybody. It's just what I do. Yeah, that's right, Kevin George. I go down to one of those Southern Baptist churches, and he'd be like, and God said, and they'd be like, why is he so angry? We need all the Holy Ghost energy up in here. And they'd be like, oh my gosh. I'm scared. Oh, man. Okay, hang on a second. What is this? Click here to sign up. I'll do that later. Steam Next Fest preview? Never mind. I thought that was something else. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, you super chatted too early, Mile High. I didn't hit it. Lono, can you stop being animated? I prefer my entertainment to be monotone. Windsor says, let's say games go anywhere down the road and times change. With you saying that, would your response be that when the times change, choose to change then? Grubb is saying on his show that Sony's considering a showcase at the summer instead of a state of play. It wouldn't surprise me if we get a showcase. I think they're going to, if they do a showcase, Jack, it wouldn't surprise me at all. They're going to replicate what they did with Spider-Man 2. They'll do a whole showcase, and then they're going to give Yote 20 minutes at the end, or Death Stranding 2 20 minutes at the end. They got big property coming this year. I don't think they could do a state of play in the summer. Yote and Death Stranding 2 are too big for that, I think. That's my personal opinion. Okay, track with me, Windsor guy. Just hang on tight. Hang on tight. I am not against multiplats. I'm against false ideology. You have to see the difference. I'm not against multiplats. Space Marine 2 was a multiplat game, and I had a great time with it. I'm not against doing a multiplat game. I'm not. That doesn't rustle my jimmies. That like, oh no, Lost Soul Aside is hitting PC day and date. What will my pony brain do? I don't care. That's fine. When people ask me about Helldivers 2 going to Xbox, what did I say? What have I said every single time? They'll never clip this. They'll never put this in their grifting hate content. I said, I don't care if Helldivers 2 goes to Xbox. That could be good for the game. Live service games live off of the funnel. And if the funnel has more people in it, I'm all good. If, this is a super important word, if it doesn't hurt the quality of the game. If it doesn't hurt the quality of the game, I don't care. If you can port the game successfully to other platforms and people enjoy it, it doesn't bother me in the least. Now, I've said time and time again, I do not see PlayStation doing that because it's antithetical to their console, hardware, platform-centric strategy. If they change strategies, we will know because they will tell their shareholders that they're changing strategies. And there'll be business impetus for it. Do you want to know why? If they ever do that, I'll be like, well, they had to make a change. You don't want to know why? I'll be nuanced then like I'm nuanced now. I'll say, that's fine as long as the games don't suffer. Because I've gotten the highest quality games are the games made for PlayStation first that then go to PC later. Those are the best quality games I've played in my life. I'm 43. I've been playing games since the Coleco, and I'm here to tell you the highest caliber, the highest quality, the most award-winning games that I've played, they're always made for PlayStation first. Every single time. There's very few games I would put on the threshold and the level of Returnal, Ragnarok, Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2. I would put very, very few games up there. At that level of quality. And then look at all those games, with the exception of Spider-Man 2. Look at all those games when they go to PC, and you hand them to a proper porting company. The guys on PC get great results. Did you see me upset about Tsushima or Returnal going to PC? No, I celebrated it. I was excited. I wanted more people to enjoy those games. You're just saying that to seem neutral. You're just angry because your life's a disappointment. Like, I'm not trying to seem neutral. I genuinely don't care. I'm like, yo, I want more people to play Returnal. I was upset that the Epic Online Gaming Store is how they used co-op on Returnal because it made a bunch of people get really angry on Steam because they thought that it ghost installed the Epic Game Store and it uses EOS, Epic Online Services, to do the co-op in Returnal, and it made a bunch of people downvote it day one, and it hurt its reception, and it didn't do as well as it probably could have. It's why I screamed, yelled, ranted, and raged about PSN being required on single-player games on Steam, and I celebrated PlayStation making it opposite and reversing it. Why? Because I want people to play the games. I don't care if they go to other platforms. This isn't posturing. This isn't me putting on a show. It's what I think. It's why I said the PSN requirement was stupid. I was highly critical of PlayStation doing that. Why? Because that doesn't matter to me. Quality of the game is what matters to me. And then if later on more people get to enjoy it, I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Go have a ball in Tsushima. I hope you love Returnal. It's why I was so angry when they pushed Spider-Man 2 to PC in like a 14-month window, and then Spider-Man 2 is in a terrible state on PC. When The Last of Us got ported to the PC and was in a terrible state, why was I so angry about that? Well, because you're mistreating the property. To me, that's priority one. Priority one is make sure the property is as amazing and as good and as quality as it's a quality as possible. It's why I'm so critical of Xbox's first-party efforts when games come out in the state that they come out. It's like, what are you doing? You're only building for Xbox and PC. Why are games coming out like this? There's no excuse. There's no excuse for Redfall coming out in the state that it is, or Forza Motorsport when it launched in the state that it launched. It's like, what are you doing? Big Evil with a gifted member. Thank you very much. Yet most PlayStation owners don't buy those exclusives. 98% are not buying Astrobot. Yeah, see, you're playing this weird cherry pick stat war, which is incredibly stupid and a waste of time. It's about list wars? No, it's not. You don't understand the industry that you're talking about. You got that stat from some grifting fan fiction bleed green podcaster. Like, Astrobot won multiple Game of the Year awards and was listed by Hiroki Totoki himself as a success that is motivating them to do more family-oriented games. You don't know what you're talking about. If you're going to claim that those games were a failure or that those games are a joke because, you know, there's 70-something million PlayStations in circulation and only this percentage of the people bought them, then every game that hits PC is an abysmal failure because there's way more users on PC. Way more. What are the ratio of sales of games that hit PC to the number of PC users on Steam? What's the ratio? It's terrible according to your logic, not mine. Check sales versus available consoles. Yeah, checkmate. Check sales versus available users on Steam. You lose. You lose. Your logic doesn't work. We don't measure the success of games against what you're doing. It's only something that grifting liars do because it's a convenient way to denigrate games that win awards and sell tons of copies and keep cranking out new versions of themselves, whether it's a sequel or a remaster. Do you want to know why they can do that? They can do that because they've been successful. You would never argue that these games are a failure because, well, look how many available Steam users there are and look how many copies it sold. Failure. That game sucked. That game didn't do well. You only, and I mean only, use this argument against PlayStation. I've never seen anybody make this argument against Xbox or Steam or even Nintendo. It's only against Steam. Astrobot did not sell tons of copies. It sold tons of copies for what it set out to do. See, what you do is you think every game has to be Marvel Rivals, or you think every game has to be Grand Theft Auto. And if they don't hit those thresholds, it's a failure. It's like a team of like 40 or 50 people made a game that sold over 1 million copies. It jumped on the sales charts in December. It was in the top 10 in November and December because it won Game of the Year. A single platform game that was deemed a failure was in the top 10. Let me ask you something. If Astrobot was a failure and didn't sell well, then you just argued that all those games in the top 20 for December, everything beneath it was a failure. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Helldivers would have failed if it wasn't on PC carrying it. Yeah. See, what you're doing is you're expressing a lot of dissatisfaction with the choices that you've made, and you're coping with those choices and your own disappointment by just repeating and parroting thoughtless fan fiction drivel from Bleed Green fan fiction podcasts. You're not saying anything original. You don't even think the things that you're typing. It's just a way to make yourself feel better about your bad choices. I see through you all the way to your bones. I know exactly what you're doing. You're unhappy and you want to make it seem as though everything PlayStation has done is a failure. They just keep cranking out revenue report after revenue report that they're crushing it. They're getting new users and their games are successful. And you're like, yeah, but if you actually pit Astro Bot against the number of available PlayStations, and if you actually backflick logically and ignore rest of industry standards for measuring success, and if the game wouldn't have been on PC, Helldivers 2 would have failed. Like, it doesn't, what you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying does not make sense. You're just repeating fan fiction talking points from liars. They say that stuff because they need their audience to be satiated and feel like everything's going to be okay. PlayStation's not that great, guys, right? PlayStation's not doing that great, guys, right? Like, it doesn't sound genuine or real. It doesn't. What do you care about how well Helldivers did on PC versus PlayStation? Why does that matter to you? I played 80 hours on my PlayStation and had a blast. What do I care if there were more players on PC? I don't care about that. More power to Arrowhead. More money to Arrowhead. More funding for future content for me. More future funding for new Helldivers stuff or a sequel like Helldivers 3. I find it to be weird and almost embarrassing to watch alleged gamers constantly talk about good, award-winning, highly praised games as if they're failures. It's embarrassing. It's like, what are you doing? Next, you're going to tell me that Kendrick's overrated and the Eagles aren't any good. Sony used to promise games like Spider-Man would never go to PC. When did they ever promise that? Can you quote me? Who said that and where and when? Only reason they're moving to PC is not enough people bought it. False, untrue, and not what they told their shareholders. Hey, it's Chill Will with the Member Plus. Welcome back in, bumping us to 738. And a member renewal from Big Evil, 25 months. Just got a new monitor for the Pro. Currently playing Kingdom Come Deliverance and having a ball. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is just such a... Man, I want mod support on PlayStation so bad. I am totally mod begging. I'm 100% mod begging. Didn't they just cancel 10 day and date PC games? Nice, Craven. They literally, like, let me just explain something to you. Because again, you're just listening to liars. Spider-Man did not come to PC because they didn't sell enough copies. The number of copies that Spider-Man sold on PC pales, and I mean pales, in comparison to the total number of Spider-Man copies sold. You know what's funny is, you seem to be really, really sharp with the numbers, right? You're like, well, Astro Bot only sold to this percentage of the available PlayStation 5 consumer base. Okay, well, crank these numbers. Look at the total number of Spider-Man copies sold for the franchise historically. Spider-Man 1, Miles, and Spider-Man 2. Look at the total number of sales, and then look at the percentage of how many of those were sold on PC. And then do your little crunched math that you just did, and you absolutely repudiate your claim that they brought those games to PC because they didn't sell enough. Like, you seem to be really quick to talk about how, like, well, the percentage of people who bought Astro Bot versus the percentage of people who own PS5s, that's a failure. Well, you've just repudiated your own claim that, well, they brought Spider-Man, they're bringing these games to PC because they don't sell enough. The difference is staggering. The number of copies of Spider-Man sold on PC versus the console is staggering. It's not even a comparison. It's an additive market. It's an additive market. And Herman Holtz told the shareholders, we do a dual approach. The reason we put games over there later is because we're hoping we can coax them to come over here to our platform to play a sequel. Oh, and then guess what? 30% of the people who own a PS5 didn't own a PS4. They're getting new users from somewhere. They sold 9.5 million consoles last quarter. 42% of those were to new users. Where are those new users coming from? Where? They're coming from somewhere. I think some are coming from Xbox. I think last quarter, a chunk of them came from China because of Black Myth. And I think folks are coming from PC. I know that rustles the jimmies of the PC boys. They hate when I say it. They don't like it because they know it's true. They know that people are doing it. Now, here's what's not happening. If a PC user decides to buy a PlayStation 5 or a Pro because they don't want to wait on a game like Spider-Man 3, let's say, when it finally comes out, or Wolverine or something, they're not switching to PlayStation. PlayStation becomes an additive part of their gaming experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, it becomes an additive part of their experience. Shoot, I should probably take... Well, I'll let it go to voicemail. A lot of them are probably Xbox guys. Probably. My post in Discord live chat, Avowed's numbers are slowly climbing on Steam and Xbox. I don't think it's going to soar much higher than the low 80s, though. Trill. I think it's going to hover right around where I said it would, like mid to low 80s. I think it's good to see the number going up, but I think the numbers from the users' reviews for Avowed are largely going to match what the review outlets said. Shifter searching Google so he can answer his so-called quote. Yeah, I don't think I was ever given the impression by PlayStation that they would never put their games on PC. See, this is another thing that I think that happens. I think that you come in here and you engage with me like I've been a dyed-in-the-wool Sony pony for the last 5 years, and I haven't. So you think that I said those things or believed those things or thought those things. I never did. Why? I was a PC guy. Before that, I was an Xbox 360 guy. After I was a PC guy, I was hoping to come back and be an Xbox guy again. So I never once was this like dyed-in-the-wool Sony pony who was like criticizing Xbox for putting games on PC. I never did that. Oh, it's just that local place calling me. Hey, thank you so much. It's Chill Will for the $5 super chat. Glad to be back. Love it here. Community's great. Really looking forward to the Days Gone remaster. It's on my backlog, but I can't do loading screens. Let me check something. You've never actually been in anything, guy. It really is true. I've just been so agnostic. I'll just go wherever I feel like I'm getting the most value. It's so hard for them to put that into a calculator and quantify it. We just broke our record. We are at 576 people at Member Plus and above. 576 people. We need 24 more people to upgrade. That's a record. Let me update my little room here. Member record. 575, 576. It's the highest it's ever been. Hey, it's Chill Will says, let's get to 600. We need 24 people to upgrade or sign up right now and pick Member Plus. People who hate Lono don't know that he was a PC and an Xbox guy first. Or they'll conveniently ignore it. They're not interested in truth and accuracy. Why do you think a liar or a grifter or a hate merchant, do you think they care about being accurate? That only somebody with integrity would care about that. You think these people have integrity? Do you think they care about being accurate? I'm getting a bunch of comments on my Avowed gameplay all of a sudden. I'm not your kid. Integrity Farms. Do it. What happens if the 24 upgrade? If we get 24 people to upgrade right now, I'll do a I was going to do a reverse sear stream for you guys. I was going to show you guys how I reverse sear a steak. We're going to do an IRL stream with my phone. Every time we hit one of those milestones, you guys get an extra stream on the weekend, you know. We can do other things if you guys want. Like, it's difficult for me to give you more than I already do. You get morning coffee. You get the green room. I give the members a junk ton of content. I mean, the only thing I can do is a little bit more than I already do. Now, you want to do like a fun Friday night celebration where we do something specific, lay it on me. Come up with an idea. I mean, there's only so many things I can come up with. I'd like you to do my taxes. I can't do that. You don't want the guy that's bad at math and bad at reading instructions in video games doing your taxes. I would mess something up. Lono has said a bunch of times he didn't like the RE4 remake. I didn't feel the need to attack him. I mean, when someone tells me they didn't like Ghost of Tsushima or they didn't like Hellblade 1, I've never been bothered by that. I don't know. I think when you're an adult mentally, those things don't bother you. Like, my kids are 9 and 11, and my daughter doesn't understand why I don't want to read The Babysitter's Club. Like, it doesn't make sense to her. It's like the greatest thing ever to her. And she's like, why don't you want to read these? These are great. And I'm like, girl, I'm a 43-year-old man. I don't have any interest in what's going on with, boy crazy Stacy. I don't care about that. It's like, but even her at 11 years old, she doesn't like attack me and get angry. She struggles to understand it because she's a child. But even she has the maturity of an 11-year-old to be like, okay, like she doesn't like genuinely get angry and be like, well, you're a terrible father because you won't read this. They don't speak to me anymore. That's right. They don't speak to me anymore. My wife and I owe in taxes this year yet again. Always a humbling experience. When you work for yourself, you just are used to that. I just expect to write a fat check, and it's never fun. That's just the way it goes. I watched the extended gameplay of Tides of Annihilation. Yeah, it looked awesome. It did. I'm just saying, sales versus players on a timed exclusive game are two different things. And that game is coming to PS5, so it'll be interesting to see how it does there. Oh, wait. Gotta be making some kind of money, but that's Xbox's people's argument to try to say it's better because they can play everything for free, but obviously PS5 still beat them in sales. I'm not sure what you guys are debating. What books is she reading? Right now, she'll either read Babysitter's Club. She's listening to the Aragorn series about the dragons. She's on the third book, and she absolutely loves it. The third one's like really long. The audio book is like 36 hours or something ridiculous. So she really likes that. We're currently starting Prisoner of Azkaban. I read it to them. I do all the voices and everything. And then so they're going to get to watch Chamber of Secrets tomorrow, probably. I'm letting them read through the books, and then we watch the movie after we finish the book, and they're also getting to play Hogwarts Legacy. Like, they're getting the full Harry Potter treatment. They're getting to experience that world in such an incredible way. They love the game. Oh my gosh, do they love the game. So he mentioned Indiana Jones and how well it did. Yeah, Indiana Jones did well commercially, but it kind of should have. I mean, it's a recognizable IP. It's Indiana Jones. It's Harrison Ford. It should have been on the sales charts. Goodness gracious. If it wouldn't have been on the sales charts, holy mackerel, that would have been bad. Avowed is doing really well on Steam. I don't know if you guys saw. It's doing really well. Avowed's going to chart on the sales. It is. That's great. I want more games to do well and to sell well. Number one, it completely demolishes the notion that, this is what's so weird from that side, is they constantly talk about how, gaming is cooked and AAA gaming is cooked and consoles are cooked and PCs where it's at. But then when games sell really, really well, it's like, wait, what are you talking about? This is better for the industry. I celebrate when something like that happens. I didn't like Avowed. And I'm like, that's awesome. It's charting on Steam. You guys are having a fun time with it. It's getting pretty good review scores from the users. I celebrate that. I'm like, that's great. That means that studio will, live to fight another day and maybe get some investment and maybe they'll do some DLC. I don't know. But that's something I celebrate even if I'm not playing it or enjoying it very much. It's Troy Baker, not Harrison Ford. You know what I meant, right? It's Harrison Ford. Look at the cover art, Broken Surprise. I'm in the context of what I was saying. It's a recognizable IP. It's a recognizable movie actor. You think Joe Blow walking down the street thinking about video games and seeing commercials for video games is like, that's not Harrison Ford. That's voice actor and award-winning voice actor Troy Baker. They don't know that. The average consumer's like, that's Harrison Ford. I was saying, of course, Indiana Jones should have charted. It's a recognizable IP. It better have charted. If not, they're going to be in trouble. You know, that royalty share, that license, that's why it's coming to PlayStation pretty fast. They need that thing to sell. I wonder what made Indy not sell as well as Avowed. I think Obsidian has a really, really big fan base from Pillars and even from Fallout back in the day. I think people love RPGs like that. I think the RPG definitely channeled some Skyrim vibes in that very, very first trailer especially. And there's a lot of people that like games like that. I think Indiana Jones is not, like, he ain't Spider-Man. I mean, we've talked about this before, right? As far as an IP goes and as far as like a character that people would want to play as, I don't think he has the same pull as like even the Blade video game will probably do commercially better than Indiana Jones. I think comic book characters in general are going to have more pull than a guy like Indy. And Vix Vapor with the 5-bomb gets us really, really close to the next milestone of 750. And I think, what did we say? 43. There we go, 43. 743. Thank you, Vix Vapor. 750. I got to wear a Valentine's Day shirt tonight to celebrate with you guys. You think Outer Worlds 2 will be better than Avowed? I think those games are they're going to be hard to compare. I mean, I'll probably vibe more with Outer Worlds 2 than I will with Avowed. But to say one is better, that's tough because I think they're just going to prioritize different things. I go to PlayStation for my movie games. What's going on here? Oh, really? I wonder if I can still see that guy's chats. I just saw somebody saying, yeah, here we go. I'm just going to hide that guy then. Somebody let me know something in the Discord. I appreciate it. Like, if you come here and posture like you want to have good conversations with me, but then you're like going into other spaces and talking trash about me, you're not welcome here. I'm not interested in that. I might just use the PS5 for remasters only. Yeah, the PlayStation 5 is a remaster machine. It's a first-party remaster machine. Good golly. Oh, man. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and hit it. Let's try to get to 400 likes. We've been kind of having conversations all around the place today, and this is the only question currently in the queue that hasn't been answered. Pac-Man on a Bike says, I'm in favor of the easy refund policy for PlayStation, but what would that mean for their trial perk for premium subscribers? Would they have to come up with new perks or limit refunds? I think what you would do with the trials is you would turn them into demos and just let me play the game like a week before it comes out or something. I like the idea of demos. I think a demo culture or a trial culture is huge. Here's why trials would still be a value point even if you have refunds. I don't have to spend any money. I don't have to even go through the trouble of it. I just get to try it out. Think about it like this. If there's like 4 or 5 games that you're thinking about trying out, instead of buying them all and feeling the pressure of like, I got to make a decision. Should I refund this or not? No, you just play the game trials. I think game trials still have value even in a market that has easy refunds. I don't think trials are somehow invalidated. it's still giving you an easier way of trying out a game as a consumer. I still think that's a great value point to help somebody say, well, I don't have to make a decision right now. You know, I can try it out and see what I think. I'm not like, there's not like this pressure. Now, there's definitely a countdown when the trial is like 2 hours or whatever. But you don't have to feel pressure to like make a decision. Honestly, think about it like this. Trials maybe go up in value in a refund market. Why? You can try out the game on a trial for 2 hours, and then when you go to purchase it, it saves your progress. You just keep going. And if they say, well, you can only play the game for, an hour and 58 minutes, and then if you've got to make a decision on if you want to refund it or not. You just got 4 hours to try out a game instead of the normal person, right? That actually increases the value of the trial. Try the game for 2 hours. All right, okay, I might like this. And then you buy it, and you play for another 2 hours, and then you got to make a judgment. The trial is actually giving you a larger window to sample the game. I fully celebrate that kind of thing for the consumer. I think if you can try the game through your trial that you're paying for, and you can try the game after buying it and then refund it if you don't like it, number one, that's a huge value to the consumer, and that's also putting more pressure on the developers. You better not bring something to the market that sucks. Like, what do you think would have happened to Star Wars Jedi Survivor? What do you think would have happened to a game like that? What do you think would have happened to Cyberpunk? Do you see? Like, you very, very quickly start to realize that, hey, wait, that puts power in the consumer's hand. You can't be like, well, it's Star Wars. We'll sell a bunch off of pre-order bonuses, and then nobody can refund it anyway, so screw them. You better watch yourself. You sell a game like that, and it starts not playing very well, and it starts crashing, and then people are like, give me my money back. You're going to have shareholders. You're going to have C-suite. You're going to have the publisher saying, hey, what's going on over there? And then that establishes a healthier relationship between the developer and the publisher. Well, we told you that we needed more time. We can't ship a product that's not ready. It's going to be financially disastrous if we do. I think that benefits the consumer greatly. It puts you into a stronger position of power. So I've always said that the consumer, the more power the consumer has, like, the better the results are. Like, when you have, this is why I'm a big proponent of early access for live service games, especially. You put a game in the hand of the consumers earlier, and you don't even have to leave it up. You don't even have to leave it up. You could just do like a month of testing and then shut it down. And gather all your info. And you could scrap really dumb ideas. You're like, everybody hated this. We thought people were going to love this, and they hated this. And you scrap that mechanic, or you scrap this thing, or this map was terrible, or this gun, nobody liked it, or whatever. And you can shape a game around the shifting sands of the hive mind of players and end up with a better product in the end. As opposed to what they do now. Cat Uncle is going to put us on the doorstep of the goal. 758. I'm sorry, 748. 748. We're 2 away from 750. I'll drop a member. We do not have any standing gauntlets. Charles Freeman already did his 50 bomb. I did a 50 bomb. So many people have been blessed this week with memberships, which is super helpful, because typically when I'm gone for a week, coming back, it's painful because we had a whole week where we weren't able to do anything. So you guys have really, really helped with that. And a 5 bomb comes in from Rissick, and that is an agent of chaos. And he puts us at 53. And that means we've got another stretch. All right, so I got to wear. And another one comes in from Noah and gets us to 754. And another one comes in from RPG, 755. We are now a 20 bomb away from 775. I owe you guys 5 every 25. So I owe you a 5 right now. If somebody drops that 20 bomb, I'm going to tag team with them. I'm going to drop a 10 bomb. We're going to get more and more people in here. And we're going to have a Valentine's Day celebration tonight for all you folks that might be a little lonely tonight. It's okay. we'll be streaming and hanging out with you. My wife is going to play Avowed, and typically when she plays games like that, it is hilarious. You are not going to want to miss it. That's in about 8 hours from now. We go live around between 8 and 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday nights. So make sure you have your notifications turned on. A bunch of people have gotten memberships, and I recognize a lot of these names, Sean and M. Gene and Sincere. So hopefully you guys can come and hang out tonight. Indy had a slow start. Things picked up after early access. I have a feeling Avowed will be the same. That's 2 a.m. Sorry, Hotshot. I don't know where you live in the world. You probably, UK time? Sorry. They used to send discs with the original PlayStations 2. Me and my buddy used to play this Spyro demo all the time. Yeah, I remember demo discs. Yeah, I had a Surge demo disc with a bunch of great music on it. There were demo discs for music, demo discs for AOL. If you guys haven't hit the subscribe button today and you've been enjoying the show, make sure you hit subscribe. That way you don't miss out on the shows. And thank you to everybody who has hit the like button as well. Double check it saved your like. It did kind of stall out there. We should really be able to hit that 400 like count easily today. And thank you to everybody who's been engaging on Twitter. We've had a couple of tweets lately and a couple of vids and stuff that have done really, really well over there. So if you follow me on Twitter at Reforge Gaming, I greatly appreciate it. Super helpful. Continuing to engage over there. I don't really respond to a ton of people. I really appreciate this, man. Somebody just sent me a DM. That's very, very kind. He said, I want to say I appreciate your openness and your candor when you talk about video games in general. A lot of people in the past few years have changed their stance about their messaging about their particular platform, but you remain constant. I know it's not always easy, but I 100% appreciate the effort you put in. Enjoy your day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Little comments and encouraging notes like that, they go a long way. A lot of people would prefer to hurl hate, and I appreciate when people notice the consistency. Insider Gaming is saying why Bungie wasn't at the State of Play with Marathon. Let's take a look at this. PlayStation State of Play from February the 2nd was littered with announcements and trailers, but nothing from Bungie about their upcoming PvP extraction shooter Marathon. Marathon was one of the few prolific titles that weren't featured, leaving fans confused as to why Bungie's first big project post-Destiny wasn't shown. Why? Let's see. According to Grub, Marathon wasn't there because they're probably going to do their own thing. Bungie does their own thing, usually for Destiny. They're going to adopt the same. We're going to talk to our audience strategy this year as well. I think April is when we probably hear from them about Marathon, and it would be its own separate from a State of Play. I think Grub's on point there. I don't know if he's speaking from an insider position or if he's simply saying that, you know, I don't know if he's guessing based on pattern or if he knows something. I think he's right. I think Bungie does like to do their own thing. Now, the article continues here. Marathon's already going through the ringer during its development process. In 2024, the game's director, Christopher Barrett, was reportedly fired due to inappropriate conduct towards several employees. Reportedly, right? Christopher Barrett has denied these claims and has since filed a lawsuit against Bungie. It's nice when you can do both, right? Repudiate the claims and file a lawsuit. Must be nice to have that kind of money. The last official update regarding the game itself came past October from the new game director and former director of Valorant, which is Joe Ziegler. Ziegler says that there have been some aggressive changes to gameplay over the past couple of years following several playtests. He also said that different parts of the game are at different stages of development. Yeah, Ziegler also indicated that it's not for everyone. It's a pretty competitive, pretty punishing game type. He said it's not for everyone. So, you know, that's one of the reasons I've got my concerns about it. You know? Yeah, say Chris. Anyways. My wallet can attest to Bungie's skill at marketing and hype. They're good at it. They're definitely good at it. They've got a long history. They got a long history of getting people really excited about stuff. You know? Long history. Bungie is still somewhat Bungie. No reason to think that they would go away from doing their own vid-doc format. Yeah. Yeah. I think my biggest question mark about them is actually, what are they going to do with Destiny? You know? What are they going to do with Destiny? If you know, Marathon's a success, what are you doing with Destiny? If Marathon fails and flops, like I think it's going to, what are you doing with Destiny? I want to buy Hades 2, but what does early access mean for a game like that? Early access means they're going to be doing a lot of changes, a lot of updates, a lot of player feedback. It means that you're buying something that, you know, is not complete, but I think from that team you can say that you're getting, you know, a good piece of product. You're not getting something that's like busted or broken. It's just that they're going to make changes. Like if you don't like something, like it has a 94% overall. So I don't think you're buying something that's like broken, buggy, and incomplete. Like there have been some games recently that launched into early access and the scores aren't very good. Like Hyper Light Breaker would be an example of a game in early access that's just not in good state. And they're happy to receive the feedback and make changes. They've responded and said, like, you know, Hyper Light Breaker is going to go through a lot of changes. Hades 2 is like probably, judging from the outside, probably one of the most polished early access games you can play. It's the same with like Path of Exile 2. So early access for them is more about tweaking, adjusting, polishing. For others, early access is more about like, this isn't ready, please help us. Like, and it's hard to gauge. It's hard to gauge where each game is. You kind of have to just wait for them to come out and let those early adopters take the risk for you. Like everybody that jumped in on Hyper Light Breaker took a risk. Now, another game that's in early access right now that's been getting, you know, a lot of praise is Sworn. It's got an 84% out of about 1,000 reviews. But this is in early access right now. You can get it for, you know, for $25. This is basically co-op Hades. You know, the Hades clones are here. They're here, boys. And this one looks great. I know this one's planned for consoles, but you know, they're on there accepting feedback, and they're not just accepting feedback; they're making changes. And more games, I think, are going to continue to do that because I think it works. You know, it works. You get a polished product. By the time I play Sworn or Hyper Light Breaker on my PlayStation 5, they'll be dramatically different games. Happy Valentine's Day. Yo, happy Valentine's Day. Guys, let's get some likes for Valentine's Day. Let's hit 400 likes. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Valentine's Day. Come on. Some of y'all need the love. I know. This is not a fun holiday for everybody. We can make it fun. I don't know what we should do next. That's the big question. We're 2.5 hours in. There's still a lot of you here. We can just kind of keep the good times rolling. Live streams like this, I'm always happy to extend and keep them going, especially when we've got to be hitting those like milestones. You know what I'm saying? That helps us. That helps us not lose too much of our footing. We got to get more folks in the door, right? Got to meet more people. You know, got to justify the live time, and you guys have been doing that like crazy lately. We've had some streams stretch into 4 and 5 hours, and I greatly appreciate it. Chatting and liking is a huge engine for that. The minute we kind of lose that, you know, momentum, we stop meeting new people. I like staying live because I like meeting new people on the platform. I miss it. I miss doing long streams like I used to back in the day. Xbox better than Kiss? Yeah, Xbox better. We have an emote and everything for that. And listen, if you guys have never supported a channel before directly on YouTube, try it out, and you can help us hit a big goal. If you hit join and you pick Member Plus, it's $6. It's not $5. I know it's different, but if you pick that, we need 25 people to do that. We are so close to a big milestone. We are at 575. That's how many people we have at that tier and higher. Happy Cloud Gamer says, I'm a guy who's always on the run and not much time to play as much as before, but for me, I play games to relax and enjoy. So I love PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, and Cloud runs flawlessly. Are you excited about the Switch 2, Happy Cloud Gamer? I would think that you are. It looks like we're going to get a more serious handheld from them this time around. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like they're giving us some more serious. They're giving us something that's a little bit more serious this time around. Can't wait for the Switch 2. Yes, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I'm pumped. I am just pumped for the Switch 2. My big hope, my big hope is that they are that they're able to really take Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom and give me 60. Good golly, I'll be excited about that. Is that the highest we've ever been? Wait, did I already update it? We're at 576. No, yeah, we need 24 people. We're at a new record. I forgot about that. We're at 576. We need 24 people to either upgrade to Member Plus or VIP or pick it brand new. I want to remaster the PS5 itself, even if it isn't the battery portable. I want to play my PS5 at work when I can. I don't think the car inverter can push the 300 watt PS5. D, why wouldn't you try out the portal? If you're somewhere with fast internet, I was able to play the portal at the airport. Okay, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I used my portal at the airport, and the internet was so fast, the free Wi-Fi was so fast, I had a perfectly fine time. You need to power the PS5 in a car? Oh, so you might... Okay, so you're going to be in an environment where you don't necessarily have good Wi-Fi. You'll be in a car. Okay. Yeah, that's very... You're a professional driver. Got it. Yeah, you're in a different scenario. Okay. I wouldn't mind if we got hybrid consoles for Xbox and PlayStation like the Switch for next gen. I love playing the Portal laying in bed. I'm getting lazy. Hey, man. Live your life. Live your dream. Live your dream, brother. You know? Live your dream. Go out there and get it. I think that's totally fine. I was going to check something here on Twitter. No, not that. Where's the... Oh, yeah, here we go. Analytics. Yeah, I've been trying some new things over there on Twitter, and we've been seeing pretty good results. I don't really engage that much with the haters. Sometimes I have to. Sometimes I have to. Some guy got mad at me for being excited for Saros, and he's like, "You don't even play games like this." And I was like, "Oh really? I'm just meat riding." He said, "You don't even play games like this." I was like, "Oh, I don't play Returnal." Oh, okay. So I had to drop a screenshot on him. He's like, "Well, maybe your son was playing," because when they tried to do the gotcha on me with Halo, and the guy was like, "Well, you played it 6 months ago," and I was like, "Oh yeah, my son played it. I forgot that my son had played it," because I was telling people that, like, yeah, I played Halo for, I don't know, 60 some hours, and we played it a bunch here on the channel. There's community game nights you can go back and watch. And he acted like it took me that long to get to that many hours. I was like, I wasn't playing it all throughout then. So now that's their new fan fiction, is that, like, I don't play games, my kids do. It's like, I don't have words for how pathetic y'all are. I just don't. I don't have words to invoke my son and my family as you track my game time in video games. You know, I wish there were more words for pathetic, because that's what these people are. They're so pathetic. It's like, what do you care? Why do you care how I spend my time? Jiminy. And then when you falsify their claims, I'm like, yeah, I've got almost 70 hours in Returnal. Yeah, was it your son? Oh. Lono, when do you think we'll hear on Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2, since they're slated for this year but completely quiet otherwise? I think right now, I think I got it wrong on Yotei. I thought Yotei was going to be a first half of the year game, and I don't think so. I think if it was, it would have been at this event. I think, and Grubb has already hinted at this, that it seems like PlayStation might be doing a showcase again this summer. If that's true, I think they're going to do what they did with Spider-Man 2, and they'll end the showcase with 15-minute or so, 20-minute or so thing with Yotei being the focus. And then Yotei lands in September. And I think Death Stranding 2 is probably going to be a little bit earlier than that. Death Stranding 2 has had more time. Tsushima released in July. So there's also the possibility that they show up to the showcase. They go crazy with Yotei gameplay and the release date is like, oh yeah, it's in July. Maybe they want to keep that, maybe Sucker Punch likes shipping things in July. I don't know. My kids racked up 90 hours in Stray. Oh, my daughter loved that game. She's always asking me, Papa, are they making another Stray? Every time after an event, she's like, are they making a new Stray game? Are they making a new Stray game? She was devastated when I told her the studio shut down, and she was really excited when I said they got back together. They also asked me about Astrobot a lot, because they loved Astrobot. And she loves Stray. She rolled credits on Stray and loved it. She rolled credits on Hi-Fi Rush and she loved it. She rolled credits on Kirby and the Forgotten Lands and loved it. She's actually getting pretty good at finishing games. I don't know if they're going to be able to roll credits on Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a pretty big game for their age. They might run out of steam. Kids, and they only get to play once a week. That also is going to make it really hard. They're going to be playing Hogwarts for this entire year. They get to play for 2 hours every Saturday, and that's it. You like the idea about Destiny 2, nuke it into Destiny 3, complete reboot? Oh, for sure. How do you feel about Phantom Blade, Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Wolverine, Intergalactic compared to Doom, Fable, Gears, and South of Midnight? I can't wait for Doom. I think South of Midnight looks dope. I'm a little worried that the previews talked about how the platforming and the combat was clunky. Once we started seeing preview footage, I noticed some of the clunk, and I was like... So I'm really excited about Doom, The Dark Ages. I loved Doom 2016. Eternal kind of frustrated me with the Marauders, but I can get over it. I think Doom, The Dark Ages looks like Game of the Year contender. I have continued to say that I think Fable slipped. I think Fable got delayed, and that's why Outer Worlds 2 got brought back earlier. Because we were told that Outer Worlds 2 was brought back earlier in the schedule because something slipped. I think it was Fable. I think Fable slipped, and it's going to be a multi-plat when it releases. If what Jez Corden said is accurate about the gameplay, I think Fable sounds sick. And if it's PS5 Pro and it's enhanced, I mean, how can I not be excited about that? Gears E-Day is rumored to be coming to PlayStation 5. And again, knowing the Coalition and knowing what they do, it'll probably be PS5 Pro enhanced. Those all sound great. Now, comparing those games to Ghost of Yotei is my most anticipated game because I absolutely love Tsushima. Death Stranding 2, I'm a little mixed on because it looks phenomenal, but Kojima games are tough for me. Death Stranding especially is tough for me because of how they paced it. I've been wanting to go back into it and see if I can get into a vibe with it, after Final Fantasy 16. I'm at 70% on Final Fantasy 16. I think I'm just going to push through on FF16 and try to finish it. Wolverine, I need to see gameplay. Intergalactic, can't wait. Naughty Dog, I don't think they can step wrong. And I know there's people that think they did with Last of Us 2, but I thought Last of Us 2 was a masterpiece. So And I was very, very apprehensive going into Last of Us Part 2. I was very apprehensive. This guy said the exact same thing about Starfield. Ironically, he gave the game a 9.5 and then backpedaled. You're not going to get consistency out of that guy. Lono really wants Outer Wilds a sequel. I think it's the Outer Worlds. I think there's something about it that Outer Wilds like rolls off the tongue easier for some reason. Don't know why. Since your daughter likes Stray, has she played Spirits of the North? I feel like she tried that and got stuck. Is that the one I'm thinking of? I think she played Spirit of the North and she got stuck. Is that the one where you like howl? It's 3D. Yeah, she played Spirit of the North and she got stuck. Some of the puzzles were really they were hard for her to kind of deduce. She was also playing Omno and really liked it, and then the puzzles got a little bit more complicated and she checked out. If the combat gets too intense or the puzzles get too elaborate, she kind of checks out. She's a little bit like me to where certain things come easy, and if something doesn't come easy, she assumes there's a flaw. I do the same thing, right? Like when you guys know, like when I'm playing like a FromSoft game especially, I pick up things rather easily, and if something's not going well, I just assume there's a flaw. I assume there's some kind of injustice here. She's very like me. She's very much like me. If she's playing a game and the combat gets too intense or the puzzle gets too complex, she presumes that there's a problem because it shouldn't be difficult for her. That's always, I've told her, I was like, that's a dilemma that you got to work through. Like, things come very easy to her, and if something doesn't come easy, she presumes that there's a problem with it. Right? I remember playing through Sekiro and people being like, this boss took me like a couple of days, and I would beat the boss in an hour. Right? So what happened when I got to Ishin? I didn't think I could do it. I beat almost every boss in Sekiro in under an hour, and then I got to Ishin, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. And I was frustrated. I was angry. And then something happened. It clicked, you know. So, and I really don't even have the patience or the palate for those kind of games anymore. I just don't. I prefer a more casual gaming experience now. Like Sekiro was pretty intense. That was pretty tough. No, I haven't tried Spiritfarer. I think she would like Spiritfarer. I think she would. Yeah. I don't have time to be stuck in a game, but my kids are so quick in 2.0. Oh, yeah. I mean, some games, I really wanted to roll credits on Hi-Fi Rush, but every time I look at it in my backlog, I think I'm like 30% through. I think I'm like 30% through that game. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, it just doesn't pull me in. I was enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would, but it doesn't have that draw for me to come back and finish it. I don't know what it is. Spiritfarer. Oh, there's a cat and it's co-op? Nice. Did you know that Spiritfarer is made by the same team that made Sundered? And I got to interview them about Spiritfarer at E3 2019. You might not know that about me. I was a main stage host at E3 for Twitch, and I was super excited to interview them because I loved Sundered. And during my interview with them, I told everybody to check out Sundered. I was like, Thunder Lotus makes great games. While you're waiting on Spiritfarer, go check out Sundered. You didn't know that? Yeah, I got to interview them about Spiritfarer. I was pretty pumped. I got to interview I was lead host on Modern Warfare 2019 reboot. You seem less unlikable now. Yeah, I got to interview the guy who's the head of ID at Xbox, their independent studio Move. The guy ID at Xbox, got to interview him. He gave me a little magnetic controller D-pad. You know how you can like take the D-pad out and like put in a different one? He gave me one of those. Who else? I got to co-interview the guys from Doom. That was exciting. Talking about the music and everything. What else? Who else were some of my favorites? Sniper Ghost Warrior contracts. That one was fun. He's like, you don't have to say the whole name. You were bought? What are you talking about? He's like, you don't have to say the whole name. I'm like, oh, I'm going to say the whole name. I can do it. He's like, it's kind of a mouthful. I was like, no, I can do it. I can say it. Got to swing your feet freely in that big chair. My feet touch the ground. Where's 30 and Still Game Event? He streams every day. I just don't have a place for a show like that on the channel right now. You're saying you used to be halfway cool? Well, what happened? Hey, that's rude. I'm trying to remember some of the more fun interviews that I got to do. I got to play a racing game. I think it was me and Anna Prosser were racing against each other. And it was really hard because we had to look down, and there was so much delay because of how they had to show us the footage. So we were like on controllers that were synced to place consoles like back in the back, and they were like projecting the footage. It was so hard. It was like a lot of the times you'll watch people play a game in that environment. You're like, why are they so bad? And you're like, it's usually because they're not able to play it right there native. They're playing through some type of a projection because they're just not set up for it. Interview Fall Guys? Yeah. I interviewed the guy for Fall Guys, and he was so nervous. He was like, dude, you don't know how many times we've come to events like this, and we're so worried somebody's going to announce a game that looks like our game. I believe Lono on almost everything. Feet touching the floor is where I draw the line. Yeah, the Fall Guys interview was fun because he was like, dude, we're so excited we finally can show the game. He's like, every time there were showcases, we were so worried somebody was going to trot out a game that was like ours. How do you get your hair like that? What are you using? Mine's crap and it flops on my forehead. My hair is thick, and I can run my hands through it, right? Like, it's not like stiff, like it's not like got like hairspray in it. I use like what's it called? It's like an Old Spice. Here it is. It's the Old Spice No Crunch Cream Low Hold Low Shine. It's the green one. Old Spice makes like a hairstyling cream, and it's the green one. And speaking of which, I'm actually kind of low on it right now. I should restock. But yeah, I put it in after I'm out of the shower, and it does like dry. Hang on. Get free same day. Hang on, I gotta find out. Hang on one second, I gotta do something. Free same day. Hang on. Go to cart. I'm gonna do something real quick here. I'm gonna try something. Oh, that's what's coming same day. That's fine. Delivering to this address. Okay. Doing something for the fam. They'll be excited. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts. It's a game that's cool as its name is long. That's what I said. That was my line. I do something really quick every Valentine's Day. Man. Let's see. What should we do? What should we do? You still ride your bike every day? Oh, I wish. I miss it, dude. I'm just not disciplined right now. I've lost a bunch of weight, which is great. Like, I'm back down to like 150, sometimes like 148. I'm like hovering right there. I got right back up to 160 because I was inactive and I was eating too much and drinking too much. But I really need to get back into the swing of like bounce out of the bed at 6:30, you know, get on the bike. I'm just not disciplined right now. The schedule's all over the place. We're trying to make more uploads. We're trying to make more content. Like, yeah, it's tough. Yeah. I would love to be like in that lane of like everything happens. I've just always struggled with discipline in those areas. Was it called Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts, The Bourne Falls? No. You need a rowing machine, they're dope. Yeah, I want to incorporate a little weightlifting too, just because, you know, at my age it's important to do that. It's better. It helps your bone density as you age, and you know, it helps combat. I do some of the stretches now that this guy, a physical therapist, showed me to do. Like, I was having some weirdness in my arm, and he felt where the pain was and told me what muscle it was. So he tells me to do this. You just like 30 times or 20 times or something. And then when you're done, you pull like this for 10 seconds. I did that once, and the next day I felt a difference. I was like, man, you physical therapy guys are magicians. He talked to me for 2 minutes. We go to the same church. I just told him what was going on. I was having that shoulder pain. I couldn't do this. Where like you scratch your back. I couldn't do it. It was excruciating. I don't know what happened. He's like, get some bands. He's like, attach them to a doorknob and do these stretches. He sent me like a video. And within like a week, it was gone. I was like, oh my gosh. Enjoying the Nightling demo indie title. Can't wait for the full release. Nightling. Nightling demo. Let's check this out. From Saber Interactive. I'm really having a hard time keeping my endurance in FF16 right now. Because I really want to play Ender Lilies and then the sequel. They're like Metroidvania platformers. I'm really having a hard time pressing on with FF16. Really struggling. Especially on a day like today. And like, I don't have a haircut for like 3 hours. I'm like, oh, we could go to the green room and just play games. Just play like all the games on my wish list. What's the premise of this game? Oh, it's coming multi-platform. Like, it's coming to Switch and everything. Okay, so it's on Steam right now. Yo, Brandon, is that a renewal or is that an upgrade? That's a member plus. We are trying so hard to hit that 600 on member plus and above. Let me double check here what we got going on. It says that you've been on that level for 25 months, but then it says you upgraded 0 days ago. We're still at the same number, so I don't know. We're still at 576. I don't know if that was an upgrade or a renewal. You finished Ender Lilies. It's so good. How would you gauge the difficulty? Does it get like really intense and hard, or is it pretty manageable? Like, 9 Souls got insanely hard, and I was not expecting that. And I was like, it put a bit of a damper on the experience. Does Ender Lilies like stay in like a very Ori and the Blind Forest Hollow Knight gets kind of tough. 9 Souls got crazy. 9 Souls was like a Sekiro platformer. That's how hard it got. I couldn't believe it. Let me bump the line here. Some 56. Can someone please help with Monhun Beta? It says it's out, but I can't get in. I don't know. Pause again. Wait, what am I saying that you're pausing on? Derek says, I was going to hit this new year running and surprise chat by buying my way into community game night, but this unemployment is lasting way longer than expected, so I'm just sitting here hoping. Yo, could we get my brother a membership? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get to 800. I'll drop Let's throw down some gauntlets. Anybody want to throw down with me? I'll do a 20 bomb if we get to 800. I'll only owe 10. You said how hard it gets, pause. Oh, for frick's sake. It's hard, but there's no punishment, no loss of XP or anything. Okay. Yeah, 9 souls gets crazy. I mean, crazy. How far are you in FF16? Like 70%. It says that I'm 70% of the way through. It just really, really slowed down. I did the Titan icon fight, and it was nuts. 5 bomb from Tyler Johnson. Come on, let's get a little train going here. Let's get my brother back in the member pool. Let's get him in here. There it is, 761. So he can come and hang out tonight with the community. What was I saying? And a 5 bomb. Yo, Pathon Phoenix. I hope I'm saying your name right, dude. You have been gifting so much lately. Thank you so much. 766, dude. Thank you. Little 5 bomb train happening right now, boys. Throw in. We're trying to get my brother a membership. Ooh, Delta 169 got back in. Dalton and Moriarty got back in. Mav Diaz and Hey It's Ollie. Those are all long-standing names getting back in. I think they're getting better with the targeting of the memberships. Those are all names I recognize. I was trying to update Fall Guys, but ended up stuck with Epic login stuff. You should be able to skip right past that. It's because you banned all the crabbers? Yeah, maybe. The last pick. And Quintar with a 10 bomb says, I'll increase the member train, and gets us to 776. Thank you so much, Quintar. And a 5 bomb comes in from Behemoth. There it is. Love to see some of these names throwing in and saying, let's get Derek a membership. 781, just like that. So many names coming in. Yo, Gabriel got one. Yeah, I recognize almost all of these names. David Farias, Chuck, Golden Age Gamer, CR Bruin. Lies, I'm still out. Oh, Diaz is still out as well. Oh, come on. We'll go for the double header. Everybody channel your energy so we can get Diaz and Derek memberships, dude. Love to see those names that I recognize getting those memberships, man. It's huge. It is huge. Derek says, I'm good for Loney's Friday push. That's right. No, what I was saying about Final Fantasy is I did the Titan icon fight, and it was incredible. And then literally all I did last night was fetch materials and talk to people. It was like, go do this, 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 go do this. And I was like, oh, what are we doing here? The pacing shifted out of nowhere. And a single comes in from Cisco, and Gabriel's going to pay it forward. He gets a gifted member, but then he decides he's going to go ahead and gift one right back. I'll give one back. Thank you. Even better, guys. I count upgrades as 2. Consider upgrading to Member Plus. We need 24, just 24 people to upgrade to Member Plus. It's only $1. You know what I'm saying? It's literally not for the dollar. It's so that we can have a member pool of folks paying. It helps them. It helps massively. Ryan Hayer gifts as well and gets to 784. 2 spot from JC. The last bit in FF16 picks up. Does the pacing pick up? I was waiting for you to do the Titan fight. It took forever, Jack Garland. Did you see what I said in the Discord? I said the Titan icon fight in FF16 took 2 to 3 business days. I was like, what in the world? I feel like the fights get a little too long. The icon fights get a little too long. Like, it's the same thing over and over and over again. I think it kind of loses its punch, if I'm honest. Right? It loses its punch. It's like, okay, he's done that attack, and I've done that attack like 8 times now. Can we move on? And Talica gifts a member. It goes to Happy Cloud Gamer. You love to see it. We are 15 away from me dropping a 20 bomb. Y'all are the best. Jason says, I've been out for a long time. I am sorry, dude. We gift so much. The icon fights are cool spectacles, but they aren't. I want to know what you're going to say, Nathan. I'm interested. They just get long in the tooth. They really do. The combat isn't as fun as the regular combat. Right, Nathan? It just gets really long in the tooth. It's like these could be about half as long and they'd be just as awesome. And another 10 bomb from Quintar puts us to 795. We're trying to get Diaz and Jason F. and Derek in here. Come on. Let's see it. Oh, Derek trolled me. He talked in the middle of the members, and I thought he got one. We want Diaz. We want Jason F. We want Derek. I'm not happy until we get it. Sony is debating. And a 5 bomb from Clevelando does it. There we are. We're at 800. I got to drop a 20 bomb. I owe you guys a 20. I tell you what we'll do. Let's do another one. If you get to 900, I'll do a 50. Keep it going. You're so close. Push through. Oh, you're saying it's just boss fight after boss fight at the end? All right, here's my 20 bomb. Everybody cross your fingers for Jason F., for Derek, and for Diaz. All right? Everybody cross your fingers. Let's get it. And Hilly with the 5 bomb moves us past 800. That's an Agent of Chaos 5 bomb. Puts us on the track for the next one. All right, there goes mine. Come on. I'm watching like every name. Do you guys remember when I would read all the names? And Bill does a gifted 5 bomb to add to the train. The chat is blowing up right now. I love these Fridays, man. All these people are going to get to come to the Friday night Valentine's Day celebration. Come on, this is so many members. They've got to grab these guys. My attendance has been spotty. Still. I swear people care more about the showcase type things than the games. Right, Eugene? They've become obsessed with the industry. They're more interested in the industry than the games themselves. It's so weird. It's so weird. Did the gifted expire today? I don't know. Did we get... No, we didn't get Diaz. Did we get Jason F? You have to tell us your thoughts on FF16 once you finish. I think it's so peak. Okay, let me tell you something. The cutscenes are just amazing. I feel like I'm watching a Game of Thrones show. I love it. I absolutely love it. Every time there's a main cutscene, I'm in. Now, some of the little NPC conversations and stuff, I might skip past because I just don't care. But the mainline cutscenes, every time they go back and they're like zoomed out and there's the big crystal and there's like the castle, I'm like glued. When that guy told that girl something about, I forget what he said, something about her being a forked tongue witch, I was like, oh my gosh, it's good. The cutscenes are so good. Like, I love it. Like, I'm in. I'm like, this story is excellent. It is excellent. Anytime his brother is on the screen, I'm like, dude, what the frick's going to happen here? I think it's great. It's just the pacing got a little funky after the Titan icon fight. I was like, oh my gosh, I can only go and get so many materials and come right back. And I can only go and talk to somebody and then run to the other side of the place and talk to somebody and run to the other side of the place and talk to somebody. It's a lot of boomeranging. The pacing's, it's hurting. I was like, come on. We're talking about Final Fantasy 16. If you can get over the performance when you're not in combat, because the performance out of combat in performance mode it's spotty. It's spotty. It's bad. It's better on the Pro, but it still isn't where I want it. If they did a Pro, an enhanced Pro mode, like, and it was you know how the difference was for Rebirth. If they got that level of an update, oh, I would be so excited. You never played a Final Fantasy game? I'm not really a big Final Fantasy guy. I'm not. So The Knightling is an open-world action-adventure game where you play as an aspiring knight in search of the missing mentor, Sir Lionstone. You're equipped with only with a legendary shield. You'll brave your way through the lands. Action-adventure, open-world, story-rich, cute. Publisher, Saber Active. I'm going to add that to my wish list. Somebody put that on my radar just a little bit ago. We looked at the trailer together. FF16 New Game Plus is pretty darn good. They knew what they were doing when they dropped that demo. The pacing in the beginning is so good, and it's still one of the best demos I've ever played. I think overall it's still pretty good. Yeah, Astrobot got new levels, and as well as a PS5. I believe it's now PS5 Pro Enhanced. Let's see. Astrobot PlayStation Store. Have they officially pushed that out? They haven't updated the store to reflect that it's PS5 Pro Enhanced. They said that it's getting an update where it'll push the resolution, but still maintain. They'll still maintain the the 60 FPS. Sorry. New enemies early on makes having your skills much more meaningful. Yeah, I mean, I've had such a good time with it, but it's just like the pacing got a little funky, and I do think the icon fights are about twice as long as they should be. It's like they're so cool, but I think that's kind of the vibe, right? Like when you watch like an anime and there's this big bombastic fight, they last for forever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a Dragon Ball fight. It's like 20 minutes, and 10 of the minutes are them screaming. It's like, it's very much in that vein. It's very much in that vein. To the point that I'm like, we can be done. we can be done. This is fun, but we can be done. Like, I like the fights. They're fun. Like, when they start and the music's like, and you're like, oh my gosh. You know? It's awesome. And then about halfway through the fight, I'm like, his health bar's only halfway down? His health bar's only halfway down? Man, oh man. Don't come for Dragon Ball Z. You know I'm right, though. You Dragon Ball fans know I'm right. It'll be a 20-minute fight, and they just spend 10 minutes screaming. You know? Kamehameha! You're like, is he going to do it? Oh, there it goes. You thought Titan was epic? Wait until. I'm anticipating it getting crazy, because that Titan fight was nuts, and I'm only like 69% of the way through the game. Nice. And I'm like, what? I'm 20 hours in, and I've got 30% more to go? All right. All right, guys, the standing gauntlet, okay? There's still a lot of you here. Let's try to get to 400 likes. We only need 25 more likes. The standing gauntlet is from me. Nobody in chat joined in on the gauntlet. I'm doing my own gauntlet. If we get to 900 members, I'm going to drop a 50 bomb. We're trying to get Diaz, Derek, and Jason F. back in to membership. So if you want to help us out, you can upgrade your membership, and it counts. You can sign up brand new, but if you do, make sure you sign up for Member Plus, and that counts. Those count as double. And a single comes in from Matt. He says, let's stoke the fires again. Let's get a little train going. I got a little gauntlet for y'all. You just revealed yourself to be a hardcore DBZ fan. I'm not. I'm not. I would draw the characters in high school because I thought they looked cool, and Trunks was my favorite because he had a sword and a cool jacket. But yeah, I didn't ever really watch it. Tall Jawa says, howdy, Reforgers. I heard the Avowed is buggy. Guy said he had to put an additional 15 hours of replay due to crashes. I think that's being slightly overstated, but there will be a day one patch, so we got to be careful. I just finished Burning Shores last night. I forgot how epic that Horus fight was, the scale, the visual showcase. That fight in Burning Shores, yeah, I was just going to say that, Eugene. It makes me think the third game's going to be bonkers. Like, I feel like Guerrilla is just gonna put it on the table, and the table's gonna break. They're gonna be like, you haven't seen anything yet. You thought the big fights and the big robots were pretty cool in the first game and the second game. You ain't seen nothing yet. That fight is so cool. So cool. Fuzzy says, it's Valentine's Day after all. That's right. There he is. Goku Trunks doing his heart. Did the Pro fix FF16 looking like a broken VHS in performance mode in fights? Well, the fights were fine. I don't know what you're talking about. The performance mode in the fights were never my issue with Final Fantasy 16. My issue was never with the fights. It was as soon as I wasn't in a fight, the frame rate got stuttery. The frame rate is better and more consistent out of fighting on the Pro, but you're still going to go through areas like in town and stuff, and it's going to get stuttery. It is. It's just the nature of it. They're not using a great upscaler. It's why I'm worried about Monhun Wilds on PS5. Base PS5 performance mode for Monhun Wilds is using FSR1. When you play Monhun Wilds on a PS5 Pro and you use performance mode, it's going to use PSSR. I think there's going to be an enormous difference between what Monhun Wilds looks like on a base PS5 versus a Pro for performance mode specifically. Talking about the VHS lines in the fights. There are no VHS lines in the fights. That's not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. The performance mode of FF16 in the fights is perfectly fine. If you're talking about a screenshot from one of the Icon fights where the upscaling was visible and it got a little blurry, that was quite literally like a single snapshot of Digital Foundry's review. And that's not common in the game. That's like a particular fight in a particular instance where there's so much going on. I've been playing the game all week. That's not a thing. There aren't VHS lines during fights. In the fights, I get lines like a VHS at the bottom of the screen in performance mode. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen that. Lines at the bottom of the screen? I put 20 hours into the game, and believe me, I notice stuff like that because I hate it. The screen tearing and the hitching in Jedi Survivor made me want to punch somebody. I don't get that on mine. That sounds like VSync. And that sounds like a refresh rate problem. Something's not right. That could be a setting. Spice King says 81 hours, didn't see anything like that. Yeah, stuff like that stands out really, really sharp to me, which is exactly why I stopped playing. Because I was like, as soon as I wasn't in combat, it drove me nuts. It was like, oh, this is nauseating. But the PS5 Pro gets a good enough frame rate when I'm not in combat that I have a perfectly fine time with it. Punch a goose? That's what I'm saying. I'd punch a goose. I know I should buy a new game, but that's $10 upgrade for HDD is looking nice. I guarantee you, I can always feel, you can almost feel it in the ether what people are going to make fun of you for, because they're very predictable and not really original. I bet you I'll get made fun of for being excited for the Days Gone remaster, but I'm like, that game, I remember loving that on PC, and I would much rather play that game on my couch. And I remember loving the characters and the emotion capture, their faces, and the gunplay, and just I loved it. And I was like, man, I'd love to replay it on my Pro, but man, I would love for them to do some Pro enhancements. So when they announced the remaster, I was like, yes, this is perfect. And see, I think that's just like a perfect example of what the haters miss in the equation. I didn't build a library on the PlayStation 4. So when a game like that gets that remaster, I get super excited because I'm like, that's what I am. I'm a guy that really didn't play my PS4. I'm not really a PS4 guy. I was an Xbox guy. I played like 3 or 4 games on my PS4. I stepped away for a moment. The membership exploded. Cat, we were trying to get Derek a membership as well as Diaz and Jason F. Derek's, Brono. We wanted Brono to be able to come to the stream tonight. So I have a standing gauntlet. If we can get this to 900, I'll drop a 50 bomb instead of a 20 because I would only owe you 20. But I'll do a 50 bomb if we can get to 900. Trying to get these boys back in the door. So you guys can help. I can only stream for about another 25 minutes, and then we're going to have to bail. If you guys do that, I'll extend. I like to let you guys extend the stream. So not only if we get to 900 will I drop a 50 bomb, but we'll extend the stream. Because we don't have to go to the community game thing today. We're not doing it. Hilly can't. So we're going to do something tonight for all members with Madam. And Joker Quinn says, well, all right, let's get there. To 812. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Appreciate you. Do you think God of War 2018 ever gets a PS5 remaster? No. They pushed out a 4K checkerboard update and a 60 FPS update, and it looks great. The difference between 2018 with the 4K checkerboard and the 60 FPS, the difference between it and Ragnarok, it's noticeable, but it's not enough for it to be remastered. What's the highest goal we've ever reached? Let's see. Most new members in a day was 748. We're not anywhere near that. Most gifted in a single day was 673. Now, most new members is, obviously that was a mixture when we did that. That was people signing up as well as gifteds. Our highest total member record is 4153. We made it to 4,153 members. That's the most members we've ever had. Currently, we're about 400 away from that. The real big goal is honestly member plus and above. Like, that's the thing that matters the most to me. I would love for that number to be the one that keeps rising. Like, gifting like crazy every week is fantastic, but we need the floor of people paying for their own memberships to go up because of what we do. It's like we do this full time, and we're trying more and more to give you guys more shows, longer live shows. I do longer live shows now than I had been. We do the green room. We do morning coffee. I've been trying to do weekend streams every now and again. Didn't we hit over 2,000 in a week? I don't remember. It's hard, Dan, because we changed how we tracked it. So it gets hard to track it. We used to only move this on new and gifteds. But now I use it. I track it for all people who renew if they're member plus or VIP. So it's like it's hard to know like what records are we breaking because we tracked things differently in the past. I used to only keep track of new, and now we track new and renewals. So I can't even remember. Did you ever try Marvel Rivals with members or not even interested? I'm just not interested. I played it once with Hilly. I just almost instantly get annoyed. I was the MVP. The last game I played with Hilly, I was the MVP and we won, and I was not having a good time. Like, if that tells you anything about, like, my experience in those games, it's like, that right there is it. That's my experience. It's like, we won, and I was the MVP. They showed my play at the end. I was playing as the Punisher, and I was like, here's what it is. I can't really differentiate between winning and losing. It feels the same either way. I run out, I go to a choke point, I do my part, I shoot and get a bunch of kills, and eventually I'm going to die. Even if we're winning, I'm eventually going to die. If you're losing, it's run out, get a kill or two and die, run out, get a kill, die, run out, die, run out, die, run out, die, right? I can't really differentiate like winning or losing. I'm like, it's just a meat grinder. It doesn't feel like much changes game to game. It feels like I'm kind of just doing the same thing, over and over and over again. People that talk about like one and done games, single player games are so boring, they're one and done. I'm like, I'm on the opposite side, man. You'll play a game where you run out and do the same thing over and over and over again for like 6 hours. And I'm just like, no thanks. No thanks. Nintendo Switch 2 units have entered the black market, selling for $40,000. Oh, good golly. That'll be interesting to see if they get them and can play games on them. Start to leak that footage. That's going to be a problem. Doing the same thing over and over? Man, that sounds like Destiny 2. That's awesome. Hope you hit higher this year. Your content's great. Love your review roundups. I appreciate that, Lancelot. Thank you. I much prefer the immersion of a world I can get lost in. Can't get that with a PvP game. Like, everybody has different preferences. Like, I'm not knocking your preferences if that's what you enjoy. I'm just explaining why I don't like them. You know what I mean? Stonespire did submit a question here to the QA forum. He says, what kind of performance difference do you think we'll see in Ghost of Yotei on the PS5 and the Pro? I would imagine the Pro is going to push, res and lighting while still giving you 60. Like, that's going to be, I think, the big thing. Like, with an open world game like that, that's probably going to be the main focus. Stinking Chrome. Always crashing. I forgot to reset my chat every now and again. If you forget to reset your chat, Chrome will just crash. Just eats up all that memory. Hopefully uncapped frames for the Pro. You don't really need uncapped frames, though. I don't think uncapped matters that much. Solid 60 matters to me. I just think that matters way more. Solid 60. Chrome lately is crashing. You don't know why. If you're watching YouTube streams like this, you just need to periodically close and reopen. You got to close and reopen the chat. It's the chat that does it. The chat's not properly memory dumping. That's the issue. Yeah, a solid unmoving 60 to me, that's the ticket. That's the key. As opposed to, uncapped. What's uncapped matter if you're all over the place? What do you think of Split Fiction? Because it looks like kind of cool. I think Split Fiction looks amazing. It's from Hazelight, the guys that did It Takes Two and A Way Out. They specialize in co-op games at this point. Dylan with the 5 bomb says, boys, we can get there. Let's keep it going. 817. We have a gauntlet right now. I will drop a 50 member bomb on the chat. If we can get to 900 members, I'll also extend the stream. We're only going to stream for about 17 more minutes. It made it to my list. I mean, I love their games. I played through It Takes Two with Hilly, with Madam, and with my son. I played through It Takes Two 3 times. It's just a joy. It's just fun. It's just a fun video game. And Split Fiction previews are getting high praise. High praise. I will play through that game with Hilly and with Madam and with my kiddos. Like, that's probably going to be a big debate when that game comes out, is my kiddos are going to each want to play with me. I might have to say, you know, Madam's got to be a part of gaming sessions on Saturday once that game comes out so that, like, she can play with one of the kids. Will Ghost of Yote have jiggle physics? No. I agree, that's why I said it'll be fine. Only said uncapped because RE4 runs at like 100 frames with ray tracing on the Pro. I think uncapped is nice if it can hold, you know, 90 frames all the time. You know, hold 120 or something. Like, you want it to kind of land in a frame threshold and kind of stay there. You know what I mean? If it's like 90 and then 80 and then 60 and then 70, like, that to me is not, I just don't think that's ideal. I feel like you're going to feel that. You need an EA account? I don't think you do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I don't think you do. Make them battle to see who plays with Dad, and the loser has to play with Hilly. Fair and awesome. Well, fair and square. No babies. You're right. For an open world game, 60's perfect. Yeah, I just need 60. Cat Uncle says, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I don't know. We're winding down, folks, and that's okay. That is okay. We need 11 more likes. We got about 14 minutes. 14 minutes. I will extend the stream if we hit the goal. If not, that's totally fine. But I am dangling a 50 bomb over the chat. I'm checking the news feeds here, see if anything's going on. Elden Ring Night Rain, the servers are struggling, sparking an online debate. Well, it's a test. The initial network test was marred by server issues, leading to widespread player frustration. From Software acknowledged the problems and is actively working to stabilize the servers. Listen, if you're upset by what's going on, they literally called it a network test. Ow. You know what I'm saying? It's a network test. This is ridiculous. Did you know what you were doing? Like, when people ask me if I was going to try and get in, I was like, no, I don't do that. I don't do that kind of thing. And that's why I don't have any interest in testing your servers. You know, I don't need to stare at a queue screen and like fill out a report later. Be like, well, that was annoying. Like, I got better things to do with my time. I mean, no offense to any of you that are doing the network test, but it's like, I don't have any interest in a network test. They're using Windows, so the servers got slammed. Whenever you do a beta server test, the first test case is to provide the least amount of servers to get an idea of what the max capabilities are for the smallest unit. What game was there in the last few years that there was a beta, and before the beta they said it's a beta, it's not balanced, and then people complained it wasn't balanced? Was that Diablo 4? I can't remember what that was. I remember telling people that with Diablo 4, they didn't know what they were doing. I was like, when they were like overreacting, what was it? It was the monk. They like overreacted on the monk build. And I'm like, the game's coming out in like 2 weeks. They don't know what the frick they're doing. And I was like, I remember I said that Diablo 4 was like an MMO in disguise. They didn't, the game had like an identity crisis, a split identity. Oh man, I got so much hate. And then it came out and everyone was like, oh yeah, that's pretty much exactly the problem here. Why is Foam Stars is still doing patches? I really want to know what their player base numbers look like. I really, really want to know. Oops. Yeah, I think you put Battle. Did you put Battle.net? Oh, yeah, you put B.net. Yeah, Nightbot just thinks you're trying to post a link. It doesn't know. It doesn't differentiate. All right, guys. We're on the final stretch, final countdown. We're trying to get my brother back into membership. We got 11 minutes. 11 minutes. If you hit 900 members, I'm dropping a 50 bomb. I'll extend the stream. Time is a ticking. It's ticking away. And then we are going to do a stream this evening. For all members, Valentine's Day stream at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to let my wife play. We're going to let my wife play Avowed. That's usually pretty funny. When she played through Redfall, it was hilarious. When she played through Starfield, it was hilarious. I'm sure it's going to be very funny to watch her play Avowed. Now that Tides of Annihilation gameplay looks so good. Bear says, I think I'm ready for a new hobby. Any suggestions? I'm enjoying cosplaying as a DevOps engineer at night. But I want some other interest too. I don't know. A language? Languages are tough though once you're, over the age of 13. I think you've been past that for a while. You made your wife play through Redfall. It was actually really, really funny. It's Ollie. It was. Watching her play Redfall and watching her play Starfield was a trip. It was a trip. You've got to go back and watch those streams if you haven't. As a member, it's worth the membership. It really is worth the membership for those streams especially. Like, she killed everybody in the quarry when we played through the quarry. She killed everybody in the quarry. She picked up everything in Starfield to the point that Bosco the robot became over-encumbered. So funny. Multiple generations of 13-year-olds have come and gone in the time since I was 13. The poor robot in Starfield. Everyone was amazed. They're like, we didn't even know you could do that. You know what I mean? Like, Bethesda got an alert email the next morning. They're like, for the first time ever, somebody over-encumbered Bosco. Or Roscoe. What's his name? Yes, there's always a town hall as well. Don't forget if you're a member, there's a town hall 6 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. How did it go when you made her play Silent Hill 2? Oh, it's Vasco. Sorry, it's Vasco. I don't know why I was thinking Bosco. What's that? Did she play? I don't think we made her play Silent Hill 2, did we? I can't remember. I thought I played it and was bored out of my mind. Oh, no, she did play it. Oh, no, that's right. She did better than me. Remember? Didn't she find something and figure out a puzzle or something with the jukebox or something? She did better than I did. Yeah. Don't forget to tell everyone. Yeah, I just did. Yeah, guys, again, in about 4 hours, there is a town hall in the Discord. This is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to express what you would like to see or not like to see done with the content. There we go. With the channel, with the content, with the Discord. You've got about 6 minutes to hit the big goal. You're going to need one of the big boys at this point to come in and save you, unless a bunch of you go nuts with 5 bombs. We're going for the big one. We're going for 900. We're trying to get Derek, trying to get my brother back in the member pool. I'll drop a 50 bomb. We'll extend the stream. If not, it's totally fine. Fair Games got pushed to 2026. According to Grub. No Fair Games this year. As far as I'm aware, it has been pushed to 2026, said Jeff Grubb. I wouldn't be surprised if they're changing that. I bet you $10 they're changing that game to be more PvE. Right? No, he's not in a blacked out zone for membership. No. Derek can get members. I think Feed fell out of the member pool as well. Sadly. Feed fell out. Diaz fell out. Jason F fell out. Town Hall, can we cast a vote on who's streaming? I vote Zubair. Grain of salt with Grubb's info from my experience. I feel like he's been pretty on point with Sony stuff. He's been pretty on point with the Sony stuff. Someone make that potential delay a negative? Who cares? Let him. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and counting. Thank you for 400 likes. You guys have crushed it today. It's been a really fun Friday. And don't forget, the festivities are not over. There will be a stream tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern with Madam. And if somebody comes to your rescue in the next 3 minutes, we're going to extend the stream. If not, I'm going to have to call it there because I had to get a haircut rescheduled to today. And I do have some work to get done. So we will call it. But you can extend. You got 3 minutes. Miracles can happen. It has happened before. We will see if the bat signals have been sent. If the signal fires and Gondor calls for aid, we'll see. If not, we will end it there, and then we will be back. Oh, Alberto is going to help us with the big goal as well as the other goal, and that's worth 2. Member pluses or VIPs are worth 2 when they're new or upgrade. Thank you so much. I think you just helped us hit a new record on the channel, Alberto. Thank you so much. Let me check the total count of member plus and above. 577. That's it. That's a new record for the channel. We are now 23 people away from hitting that goal of 600 people. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Alberto. 2 minutes. Broken Surprise says, MASH, we summon thee. I don't think MASH can be summoned. The guy from Larian said 26 hours into Kingdom Come Deliverance, and he's like, and I realize I'm bad at combat because my stats are far below required for my weapon. Well, actually, it means I'm good at the combat because I'm winning, but every fight takes 30 minutes. Games that make me feel stupid are generally good games. Longtime lurker, thanks. I appreciate that very much, Alberto. Thank you. And I hope you enjoy the extra content. You can now get into morning coffee every day of the week. That's where we start. We end the day in Green Room, and you get to go there. I'm not doing a Green Room today because I do have some things I need to get done. 60 seconds. Is Stonespire here? I think so. I think he's been talking to the Discord. Yes, I did see the gameplay reveal trailer for Tides of Annihilation. It looks awesome. It looks awesome. Guys, keep your eyes open over the weekend. We should have some videos hitting as well. Little 4-minute videos with my thoughts and opinions on things like Borderlands, Tales of Arise, and Tides of Annihilation, and what was the other one? Borderlands 4. Yeah, we've got some videos coming for you guys. We want to give you guys more content, and so we will be running that. We'll be running that over the weekend, so keep your eyes open for that. The Tides of Annihilation gameplay is hitting multiple outlets as well. Now it's on PlayStation and more than just IGN. Four-minute haircut reveal videos. Yes. I'm digging the clip art heart. Yes, that's for the Valentine's Day celebration. All right, guys. It's 2 o'clock. I got to call it. I gots to. If somebody would have started dropping bombs, I would have given you a stay of execution. But, number one, I got to use the restroom. And number two, like I said, I do have work to do. I've got things I need to record. Hang on, I want to save some of these stories that I saw today. Like Grub talking about the PlayStation Showcase, Fair Games, got pushed. There was something else that Insider Gaming reported on. What was it? Yeah, maybe the Marathon thing. Why Marathon wasn't there. Just looking for things for Monday. Showcase or no state of play? Apparently PlayStation's debating doing a showcase, and I'm not actually surprised by that because they probably want to give Yote a big spot like they did Spider-Man 2 a couple years ago. So... all right, final call. I swear if someone drops a member bomb when I put up this thank you for watching page, I'm going to be grumpy with you, okay? Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You had plenty of opportunities. Even my hair's tipping over. It's the end of the day. It's having a hard time staying up. That's why I'm getting a haircut. It's much longer than I typically let it get. Usually I would have gotten it cut while I was in Florida, but we were gone. So, okay. All right, if you guys are not in the Discord, get in the Discord. There is a link to the Discord in the description of this video. You can also use the Discord command in chat, and you can take part in that town hall that's going to happen in about 4 hours. That's also a great way to not miss out on members-only content. So in about 6 hours, I'll be back here live with Madam, right? Alapark, you frick. 10 bomb from Alapark! Dadgummit. I told you. I freaking told you guys. I was like, somebody's going to do it. Dadgummit. Buzzer beater. All right. I'll give you a little bit more time. Hang on. My wife sent me something. My wife sent me something funny. Thank you for the 10. Don't you still owe 20? What do you mean? I did my 20 bomb. It's at the top of the screen. Oh, did we get Derek with Alaparks? We did not. You missed it? Yeah, I did it. Yeah, it's still hanging out at the top of the chat. The bigger the member bomb, the longer they sit up there. So like a 50 bomb sits up there for like the entire stream. Wait, why is Wu Chang Fallen Feathers climbing the Steam charts? Do we have a release date yet? No, 2025. For whatever reason, Wu Chang has been climbing the wishlist charts. Not sure why. Oh, it's not on your screen? Yeah, it's at the top of mine. It still has quite a bit of the bar filled still to empty. All right, Alapark bought you guys a little stay of execution. I'm going to give you 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes to the 210. I'm just checking the news feed to see if there's anything interesting to discuss with y'all while we wait, like Wu Chang climbing the wish list for whatever reason. Elden Ring Night Ring co-op should be a Souls-like standard is something that the gamer is arguing. I actually would love those games co-op without invasion. Genki says, is it just me or does Tides of Annihilation give off a lot of Final Fantasy 16 vibes? It does give off a lot of Final Fantasy 16 vibes, and I've got an upload coming very soon that's going to argue just that. It does indeed. Oh, you were on top chat. You see it now. Yeah, you got to be on live chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This guy says he thinks Avowed's right up his alley. I hope you enjoy it. It bleeds Devil May Cry. There's definitely some Devil May Cry influence, but especially because I've been playing Final Fantasy 16, I'm like, holy mackerel, there's a lot of FF16 inspiration here. Like a lot. Like a lot. Oh, that top-rated chess player. I was seeing a lot of clips of him. Magnus Carlsen. He's officially joined Team Liquid. You were thinking more Devil May Cry? I wonder if the Pro has fixed anything for FF16. When I last played it on the base PS5, I got to the point where two brothers change into Demon Phoenix. I was playing on performance mode, and I got a single static line at the bottom of the screen. Again, as Amskin, I think that's an issue. I think that's an issue with you, your cable, your TV, something. My favorite band of all time? Yeah, Foo Fighters. Their best album is The Color and the Shape, in part due to the fact that Dave Grohl went back and re-recorded all the drum parts because he did not like the guy's tracks that he laid down. That was before they got, sadly, the guy who recently passed away, it was before they had gotten him, and Dave did all the drums. That's why Color and the Shape is just so punchy and so good. He's also talked about how the way he writes and the way he plays guitar like a drummer. He talked about how like Everlong, which is probably their most famous song, He talks about how that melody is actually percussion. It's like do do da do da do 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 da do da do da do, and that's like a drum beat, like like that's how he writes, which is interesting when you listen to the music. When knowing that and you listen to The Color and the Shape, especially the synchronization between how he writes for guitar and how he then complements that with his own drumming makes Color and the Shape, I think, their best album. Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, Ala Park bought you guys some time. You got 2 minutes. Two minutes, and we're out of here. We were pushing for the big one. We were pushing for 900 members on the week. And if we get there, I'm dropping a 50 bomb on the chat. We'll see if y'all can do it. We will see if y'all can do it. You got a little bit of time. Ala Park bought you a teeny little extension. I always feel bad when people are trying to hit the numbers at the tail end. What looks dated from Metal Gear? Everything. The textures, the use of lighting, the color palette, the animations of the characters. Your coffee never sells because I only like coffee with imbalanced acidity. What's wrong with you? The guy from Three Doors Down does that too. He's singing style of percussion. Oh, really? Jack Garland says, sorry, I'm not good at starting stuff. I have to disagree, my good sir. That's fine. Listen, I'm in the minority here. I will admit that, Lion. I'm in the minority. Everybody loved it. It's got an amazing like ratio. The trailer has an amazing like ratio. People are really loving it. Let me pull up the trailer. Let me just show you what I mean. Let me try to show you what I mean. Like, the way he comes out of the water feels like an old game. There's just something very rigid about everything that he does. All of it. I can't tell you why. Like, and then like the like these scenes here and how they set all this up, I don't know what it is. It feels like an old game where they've made everything look nice. I mean, look at her hair. Look at her skin texture. Like, this all looks great. It's a remake of an old game. It very much feels that way. It feels like they've basically wrapped, like, they've put next-gen characters in an old game. Like, if you look closely at the characters, they all look good. But then when they move or they animate, it looks terrible to me. I also feel like they're not showing us a lot of uncut footage. It's all very, very quick, which makes me super suspicious. Yeah, the characters all look great. It's just the way they frame them and animate them. It just doesn't look... I don't know. There's something old about it. It just doesn't feel modern. It could be a style thing. It could be a stylization thing. You know what I think also hurts it is the audio. Like, they're using all of the old voice lines, and that probably also hurts it. Like, that felt better, but I also couldn't hear it, which is probably why. It doesn't look like a current gen game. I'm still going to play it. Right. Listen, I was going to make a video, and Creature didn't want to make it, where I was going to be like, this game is only for the fans. I don't think, like, a new fan or like someone who's like, oh, I've never played one of those. I don't think anybody's going to play that's like not a big fan of Metal Gear and is going to be like blown away. I think they're going to be like, what is this? Well, duh. It's all supposed to be exactly like the original. Didn't you read any articles or listen to what Konami said? No, I don't do that when I'm going to react to a game trailer. I'm not like, well, I better go and read every interview and listen to them talk about the game. No, the trailer is supposed to sell me on it. And if you're basically going to say, well, they basically want it to look and feel like the old games, then I'm not saying anything that's scandalous, am I? I mean, congratulations, you achieved it. It looks like an old game. It looks and feels like an old game. You did a great job. If that's what you were shooting for, good work. I don't have any interest in playing games that feel old. I just don't. Like the Ninja Gaiden game recently, that black game, it felt like an old game. I was like, I don't want to play this. It feels like something from 10 or 15 years ago. I can't move the camera? What? Like, huh? Like, it didn't feel like a modern game. It just didn't. And I get clipped saying this, and I get attacked for saying it, and it's just because people are insecure. It's like you can't handle somebody that doesn't, worship and get super excited about everything that you do. Like, who cares what I think? Like, why do people care so much what I think about a video game? To the point that they get mad. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't care when you come in and ask me. I'm saying getting upset about me not being excited. It's like, it was like when the Soul Reaver remasters came out. I was like, why do I want to play that? It looks like an old game that they have made slightly prettier. I don't know about you, but I didn't buy my PS5 Pro to boot up games from 10, 15, and 20 years ago that they made slightly better. No, yeah, you and I, Lion, are having a conversation, and I'm fine with that. But whenever I've said these sorts of things about, like, the Ninja Gaiden remake or, Metal Gear Solid, I get a bunch of hate, and it's like, listen, you can be super excited about those things, but, like, I think all I'm ever doing is proving that I'm not a pony because I didn't play these games. I have no nostalgic attachment to them. So when I see that trailer, I'm like, well, it looks kind of boring and dated. You're dying for them to remake Metal Gear 1? Don't just bring up Soul Reaver. I'm so mad they didn't just remake it. This is like when people bring up God of War. I'm like, I don't want a remaster of God of War 1, 2, and 3. Why would I want that? Remake them. I don't want to play those games with slightly better graphics. What's the point of that? I've never played an I thought it was Onimusha. You're saying Omnimusha? Is it Onimusha or Omnimusha? Omni? I thought it was Onimusha. Yeah, it's Onimusha. Yeah, I think Onimusha Way of the Sword looks sick, but it's also 2026 and seems really early to be showing gameplay, so it's hard for me to judge it. But I think it looks sick. You might not like it, at least not the old one's fixed camera. I don't know if the new one has a fixed camera. Did the trailer give us that vibe at all? They show an awful lot of combat in this. No, I don't think it's a fixed camera. They just showed the camera rotating. Yeah, I think this looks sick. This looks methodical and visceral. This boss fight here reminds me of Kazan vs. Berserker. That combat is sick. Combat's too slow. I actually like slow and thoughtful combat more than I like crazy fast combat. I gotta say, your logic baffles me. You heavily criticize some game on graphics and feeling old, while praising some of the most simplistic modern games like Vampire Survivors. So you don't think there's a categorical difference between what Vampire Survivors offers and what Metal Gear's offering? You don't see the difference? That seems like me having to explain this doesn't seem necessary. Lancelot with a 5-bomb. If you're going to have me come and play your game, Metal Gear, and it's going to look like that, I don't want it to look and feel like an old game. Like, and I wasn't even necessarily talking about graphics and Metal Gear. I said everything looks and feels dated. His animations, his movement, it all looks like, it looks like next-gen characters dropped in an old game, right? I didn't criticize Ninja Gaiden for its graphics. I felt like I was playing an old game. The camera wouldn't move. I was like, what is this? I felt like I was just button mashing. I was like, I don't like this. And I just turned it off. It didn't feel like a modern game to me. First membership ever given, feels great. Passing it forward. That's very kind, Lancelot. You're actually getting us closer to a huge goal. You guys pulled me into a debate, and I was supposed to shut down. There's a categorical difference between what Vampire Survivors is offering me and what Metal Gear Snake Eater's offering me. Metal Gear is offering me a revisit of an old game. Vampire Survivors is a new game and a new concept that harkens back to the graphical style of Nintendo games. You being unable to see that categorical difference is your own problem, not mine. I'm not inconsistent in my position. You don't have the ability to see the difference in games and what they offer. Like, thinking that I had fun playing Vampire Survivors with my nephews, you feel like you're getting some kind of inconsistent logical gotcha on me because I'll be critical of, hey, rather than remaster Soul Reaver, why not remake it so it looks better and feels better? You can't see a categorical difference between those things? Like, I can enjoy a game like Hollow Knight, which harkens back to that era as well. Nine Souls harkens back to that era as well. It looks more like a cartoon, more like a classical Nintendo game. But you'll hear me talk about Axiom Verge and why I don't like Axiom Verge. Do you want to know why I don't like Axiom Verge? I feel like I'm playing an NES game. It's too rigid. It's too stiff. But then I love Ori and Hollow Knight and Nine Souls and Sundered because of their fluidity. I have more player volition. I have more 360 radial movement. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, when I looked at the Metal Gear, I wasn't like, well, the graphics suck, I don't want to play it. It sounds like you watched a clip of me that false framed me as saying that. I didn't say, graphics suck, don't want to play it. I'm like, it just looks and feels old. Everything about it. It just, I don't know what it is. The color palette, the lighting, the animations of the characters is like, what, huh? What are you doing? And then people that are super excited about Metal Gear, I admitted, I was like, I'm in a minority here. Everybody's pumped, and I'm not. And it's because I don't have any nostalgic attachment to that game whatsoever. You're right about MG3. It's an archaic design compared to today, even though I like Metal Gear 3 and Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I think people like it for nostalgic reasons and from childhood. That's exactly what it is, Philip. It's like, I'm not saying graphics suck. The reason I booted up Ninja Gaiden and paid for it was because I thought it looked awesome. I was like, that looks like a fun game. And I couldn't move the camera. And I was like, I feel like I'm playing a game from the 90s. I was like, I don't want to play this. I have so many games in my backlog that aren't going to feel like that. That's how I feel about GTA 6. Nothing about it appeals to me. I played the first one. It was never good. Yeah, the GTA games have never really appealed to me. It's why when we watched that waifu GTA game, I was like, I look like I'd play that more than GTA 6 because of the gameplay style and like what they were doing, like fighting bosses, like open world action style. You know, and one's obviously far more graphically like real world grounded than the other. People confuse graphics with art style. Well, I may not have been particularly careful in how I talked about Metal Gear. Sometimes I'm just giving you like my gut reaction. It looked old. And they're like, oh, what do you mean? And if you go look at the graphics, the texture of their face, texture of hair, water, it all actually looked good. But I'm not talking about like graphical fidelity. It was this like, there were sections where textures looked a little bad. But then there were also there were also, to me, just general vibes from the game. The way he gets out of the water, the way he grabs a character, the way the enemies and characters emote and animate. It's like there's something that feels old here. Somebody's like, well, did you watch the interviews? Do you know what they're trying to do? And I'm like, no, I was just reacting to the trailer. If that's what they're going for, bravo. You nailed it, but I'm not interested in that. Same reason I wasn't interested in Ninja Gaiden Black. Same reason I'm not interested in Soul Reaver Remaster. Same reason I wouldn't be interested in a God of War 1 through 3 remaster. I don't want to play a game that feels archaic. Moving the character feeling archaic, it's why I didn't like Axiom Verge 1 and 2, but I love other Metroidvanias that look like old games. Mash says, when I play a game, I judge it by the standards that I assume for that kind of game. If I play a racing sim and it looks poorly or dated, I'm out. If it's arcade racer, I'm leaving more room. Right, exactly. Within the context of playing Vampire Survivors, I'm not going to be like, well, it looks like a Nintendo game. I don't want to play it. It's like, well, no. Within the context of what it's offering, it delivers a very good and fun game. Metal Gear's always looked that way to me. Right, and there's just something off-putting about it. I can't put my finger on it. There's just something off-putting about the art style and the voices and the writing of Metal Gear. I'm just like, I don't like this. You know? And clearly, there are tons of people that are like, bro, you're crazy. This is fantastic. Vampire Survivors is not for me. Played plenty of games like that as a kid. It just got its hooks in us, man. Thanksgiving break, we put like 15 hours into that game, couch co-op. Me and my nephews and my son, any chance we got, we were booting up Vampire Survivors. We freaking loved it. You know? Matt Piscatell says, high-income households are becoming a bigger part of the U.S. console hardware market. 49% of the U.S. video game console buyers during quarter 4 2024 household income of at least $100,000 a year. This is a record high, beating the 48% seen in quarter 4 of 2021. This group accounted for only 29% back in 2020. 45-plus-year-old buyers accounted for 45% of the U.S. console purchases. Under 44 made up 55%. During 2020, under 44 made up 69%. Console buyers, y'all are getting old, but at least you seem to be making more money, so you have that going for you, which is nice. I'm going to give it a chance, 809 Lion. 100% going to give it a chance. How could I not? Guys, you got 4 minutes to extend the stream. You got to extend just by pulling me into a debate. We got to at least hit 850 if we're going to extend. If we hit 900, I'm dropping a 50 bomb. We're trying to get my brother back in the member pool. So if you want to go crazy, you got a little window of time here to do it. I'm a fan, but I was hoping for new Soul, at least somewhat new mechanics. It was amazing at the time, but now why not just play the OG? What if it was if they remake God of War, I'm in. If it's a remaster, I don't freaking care. I don't care for a remaster of an old game. I just don't. It's kind of why I don't like Eastern developed games. I can't do the dialogue, the stories, etc. I've been westernized. Right. I used to love Eastern stuff. I guess I got old and grumpy. Single from Sven bumps the line to 835. Creature says, I got 4 new tires in the time we've been leaving. Hey, we extended because of Ala Park, and then somebody pulled me into a debate. What goals did we unlock? We just started doing member bombs. I just said, if you hit 800, I'll drop a member bomb. And now I'm like, if you hit 900, I'll drop another member bomb. I have to wear a Valentine's Day shirt tonight. I think it's easier to just promise member bombs instead of like, I'll do something goofy tonight. You know what I mean? And we've also just been extending the stream today. I've just been saying I'll extend the stream if we hit certain thresholds. The Avowed stream tonight will be in about 6 hours, Lancelot. Wherever you guys are in the world, in about 6 hours, we'll be sitting down. Usually between 8 and 8:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 hours from now. How much to not wear anything tonight? I'm not doing that, ever. I will never do content with, like, out a shirt or something like that. No, thank you. Lono's going to invert his controller for the next month of gameplay. You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. We need 15 members in 2 minutes, and I'll extend. 15 members in 2 minutes. If not, we outie. I got stuff I can do. I got videos I can make. Creature wants all these videos made, and I'm getting my hair cut in 2 hours. Guys, keep your eyes open also on the weekend for those videos. We are going to be doing more like 4-minute opinion pieces, and if those hit your sub feed, man, dogpile on them, hit like, leave a comment. Hang on, what's this? And Joker Quinn says, come on, boys, let's do it. Let's buzzer beat, and he gets us to 836. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn. He believes. Yeah, PlayStation's reporting not only did they reach 129 million MAUs, but they got higher than expected PlayStation 5 console sales. Like, they actually sold more than they expected. Mm-hmm. Despite the absence of AAA first-party title releases in that year, total sales still increased 16% year on year. PlayStation just crushing it. Valentine's Day shirt like see-through? No. Show me how cold it is in there. No, that's gross. Oh, Cat. A 20 bomb from Cat at the buzzer. It's 2:30 on the dot. And she's like, you're not going anywhere, old man. 856. The gauntlet right now is that if you get it to 900, I owe you a 50 bomb. We're all crossing our fingers that Derek, my brother, Brono, gets a membership. We're trying to get him back in. We're trying to get Diaz and Jason F back in. But we don't have a roadmap. Right. We don't have a roadmap. Chris says, I just can't get a membership. Oh, somebody named Devil Never Cry said they got to playtest Tides of Annihilation. Their thoughts on the latest gameplay reveal will be coming soon. Nice. Okay, you guys extended. I'll give you another 30 minutes. I've got to use the restroom though. I'm dying. I'm gonna hit some ads. I'll be right back. You guys could still nail this. We totally could do it. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, don't go anywhere. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Derek, I think they gave you a role in the Discord so you can always be in there even if you don't get a membership. They're taking care of you in there. We're trying to take care of you in here. We're going to have targeted gifting very soon is what I've been told. So, thank you guys for extending and giving me a second to run upstairs, take a little bitty break. And we're going to go for another 30 minutes or so and just chat. You guys, if you want, you can use the question command, turn this into a little AMA. You can ask me anything. We don't got to be talking about gaming now. We're past the 4-hour mark. We're down to the core audience. You know, we're down to 200 some odd people. Please explain to the gray names how to accept gifted. They know how to do it. It pops up on a dadgum screen. Yo, I appreciate you being here. I can't say your name. It's too close to something I'm not comfortable with saying, but thank you, Mr. Fire. Appreciate you, man. Oh, somebody asked. It should just pop up on the screen in the chat. It should just say, do you want to accept gifts? If you can't, then click join. And then the three dots up at the top should let you toggle your settings. Hello. Just saying, hey, using your voice as ASMR currently? You're using me as ASMR? I actually feel like I could do ASMR content. I just don't have the patience for it. Man, those content creators, you talk about evergreen content. There are some monster ASMR YouTubers. And I look at their channels and I look at their content and I'm like, Jiminy. It helps when you're very pretty. And a woman. But there are guys out there crushing it too. There are guys out there crushing it. You know? Crazy world that we live in. Podcaster presenter voice has always been OP. Oh, I appreciate that's very kind. Thank you. Oh, it's not that bad. I've had this handle for 10 plus years across all platforms. Epic actually deleted it after multiple years and gave me some BS gamer tag. I just am not comfortable saying it. You know what I mean? It's just too close. Right? There's not even an R. It just doesn't matter. I can't do it. I can't. My wife uses ASMR to go to sleep. It's barely tolerable now. Just imagine if she used Lono. I'd never get any sleep. And a 20 bomb! You'd be like, oh, I'm drifting off. And then somebody gives some members. I also enjoy your voice. It's calming in a way. Really? I don't know if I know that I have good production value in my voice. I've actually worked on that over the years. You know, I think I even do a better job when I'm wearing the headphones because I can hear myself. I've actually worked on it, but I don't know if I've ever thought of it as calming. You know what I mean? Let's put up a question on the board here, and then I'll get to Zubies as well. We got one here from Noberto. I'm curious how some of the longtime members found you and stayed around. Where did Cat come from? Cat's from Twitch. How did Zubair end up here? Creature. I think they're both from Twitch. Do any of that stand out? I know Kat came from Twitch because she sent us a housewarming present when we bought the house. And when we bought the house, I was still on Twitch. She sent us a 4-leaf clover, like a metal 4-leaf clover to hang on a wall. Yeah, a lot of y'all, a large portion, the largest portion is probably from Twitch. Philosophical question, says Zuby. If you have a collection of thermal paste, but you can't find it, do you have a collection of thermal paste? Your awareness of where something is not required for having it. You'd have to define having it, right? I have organs in my body, and I couldn't tell you where they are exactly. But I know they're there. Parts of my brain are there. I couldn't tell you exactly where they are. Your inability to locate it doesn't negate having it, I don't think. Talika says, I don't remember. I just happened upon the stream one day and thought I'd stay. Orbit stream boys rise up. Probably Destiny 2 streams came from Purple. Yeah. Phantom says, I used to always listen to the Destiny 2 podcast from the Twitch era. After playing all night, you would put me to sleep, reinforcing everything of the meta. Everything of the meta. There you go. As a physician, I can confirm Lono does indeed have a brain. I appreciate your authoritative word on this, Mash. Thank you. Thank you. If I can't use it when I need it, then it kind of kills the point of it. I'm not frustrated. Nope. So whenever I'm looking for something, Zubair, my kids and my wife, they hate this. But I look in places where it won't be. And the reason I do that is because I can mentally then say where it can't be. Like, I will literally look in a bag that I know it won't be in, but I'll look in the bag so that my mind knows it's not in there. And so what I'm doing is like eliminating all the possible places. And it usually works. That's usually how I find something, like if my kids lost a book or something. They're like, it won't be in there, Papa. I'm like, I'm going to look, because if I don't look, it'll be this lingering thought of it could be there. I do remember having access to live stream chat in Discord. Lona was like, nothing against Talika, but why is she in live stream? Oh, right. I remember that. You somehow had access to the live chat, but I don't think you were a member. I think you were you talking in the Discord live chat as a non-member or something? I think that's what it was. I was just around for Q&A, says Creature. I liked when he got the same question enough times that he would snap. Creature was one of the people that liked to watch the frustration. There's a unique frustration with that. I worked with guys that did this, and my brothers will attest to this. People like to make me mad because they think that my response is funny, and I actually am more frustrated by that than what they do. I'm like, what? So you did this to you did this to wind me up? You did this to get the reaction because you think it's funny. I don't get it. It's pretty funny when you get mad. I worked with guys that would do it on purpose. They would absolutely love it when I would get irritated about something. It was like entertaining for them. My brothers both like doing it. Both of them. It's entertainment. It's like poking a chihuahua. Bear says, it's like you're small and non-threatening. It's like teasing a kitten. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. I feel so disrespected by that. I do not feel loved by that at all. Like, wind this little motherfucker up. It's funny. Watch him go. Look at him go. F y'all. F y'all for that, dude. F y'all for that. I like getting you mad in chat, but I didn't like it in the Tango game. Oh, that was so funny. I was like, just tell me what you see, Hilly. Oh, I get the same thing all the time, says Talika. My friends have always made me mad on purpose because they think I'm cute when I get mad for how short I am. It's hard out here for us short-statured folk, you know? It's hard out here. People be messing with us. Like, what's he gonna do? They must not be here when you're saying you was from the streets. I am from the streets. I'm from the mean streets of Canton, Ohio. You better watch yourself. I lived on a dead-end street and rode my Huffy every day. Right? I'm as real as the streets. What'd that guy say in Workaholics? I'm as real as the streets. Oh, man. Lionel's going to snap one day. Maybe. Starfield delayed again rant. That was so funny. It was on Phil Spencer's butt. Canton, didn't know you went that hard. That's right. Zubair says, F it. I'm ordering more thermal paste. Make sure and shout that you're ordering more thermal paste, and then the universe will be like, let him find it. Let him find it tomorrow. Yeah. It'll already be shipped. He can't cancel at that point. Your phone charger. That skit's so funny. Guy comes upstairs. What are you doing up here? He's like, I can't remember what I'm looking for. He's having a conversation with his brain. He's like, would you just tell me what I came up here for? He's like, I don't know. And he gets all the way back downstairs. Your phone charger. And he falls down. That is one of the best. That's one of the best TikToks I've ever seen. It's perfect. It's the tone at times, Lono, to someone who does not know you. People may get the wrong idea. When I get irritated, no matter how logical I am, my tone grates people. Warm and fuzzy feelings are offended. I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying so when I get mad, when you get irritated, no matter how logical I am, my tone grates people? Technically. Was he yelling at the chair or the fact that the bag was white? Oh, the frickin' white bag. It's still here. And I literally colored in the letters. We should sell the remaining. We have some of these still. We should sell them for like $100 a piece. Still smells good. You have more than one brother? I have an older brother, a younger brother, and a youngest sister. Your tone through your frustration certainly changes, but I'd say it's not unwarranted when you talk to people. You know what they're doing to warrant that response. Your tone gets under their skin of those looking for a reaction, if that makes sense. It's comical, but you're a legend back in the day for putting people in their place. Well, I appreciate that. I'm no longer a legend for putting people in their place, huh? I wish we had a clip of the Umbrella episode. That'd be an epic meltdown. No, the funny thing about that story, Dan, is that I didn't have a meltdown. I literally just looked at it and I said, that's about right. Like, it was just like everything was falling apart. Everything was terrible. And when the umbrella fell and broke, I literally didn't even flip out. I just calmly said, that's about right. That's just what's happening right now. It wasn't like get angry and yell and scream. You know, it was just like, okay, that's fine. Just what else are you going to do to me? Just break it all. I was in the tire shop. We're not doing green room? No green room. I was going to extend and then just shut down and work on videos. We've got so many videos to make. I was like, sorry, y'all. We were going to do community game afternoon with Hilly, but Hilly couldn't because it's Valentine's Day. So I was like, I'm just going to use the time to make vids. So they've got 13 minutes to hit 900. We need 44 more members. If we hit 900, I'm dropping a 50 bomb. I need you to record an out for me. Okay. That's you snapping, though. The world doesn't end with the big. It ends with a whimper. Hilly says, I'm having sex tonight. Hilly's like, I'm not effing around, y'all. He's like, I'm not effing around. It's Valentine's Day. I'm married. I'm not messing around, okay? We're not doing no community stream. I got things to do. You're not angry. You're just formally surrendering. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, it's fine. Just break it. Not sure what happened, but you hit the out on these videos twice. No, I didn't hit the out on the videos twice. I know what you're taking issue with, and it doesn't matter, because people that get all that way are champions. I'm telling them, make sure they're subscribed so they don't miss out on the live stream discussions. And then I say, please like, share, and subscribe. I think you're worried about something that doesn't matter. Like, telling people to subscribe so they don't miss live discussions, and then saying, hey, remember, if you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe. I think that's fine. Catwalk with a gifted. Thank you so much. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think I'm calling their attention to the fact that I live stream on a daily basis. And then I'm just doing like a traditional like, share, and subscribe out. I thought you were going to have an issue with it, and I was like, I think it's fine. I think 4s, especially 4s that take off, I think we want people knowing, hey, I live stream all the time, man. Subscribe if you want to come talk about this stuff. And maybe 4s need to have a different out. Maybe I should say that and say, hey, make sure and hit like and leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Like, maybe I do need to change a little bit. I don't know. You know, maybe 4s need their own. Game night's delayed by 5 minutes. And Hilly says, no, we're not doing it twice. Oh, that's good. That's good, Hilly. He was like, what am I, a machine? All right, see you, Phantom Tech. Appreciate you. All right, you guys got 10 minutes to hit this goal. And I will make good on it, and then we've got to have a hard out. We've got to have a hard out because I do have some vids to make. I do, because I need to come up with a POV for Tides of Annihilation. Because golly, that game looks sick too. We need to say more than something looks sick. What's that clip, Trill? Hang on, I need my volume mixer. Oh wait, it already is unmuted. What is Reforge Roast? Is that your coffee brand? Yes, it's also what I did to you a little bit ago. Oh my gosh. That was good. That guy I was like so irritated with him. What's Reforge Roast? Is that your coffee brand? Yeah, it's also what I did to you a couple minutes ago. Whoo-wee. Lord. I got a DM from somebody. No, it might have been a tweet. He's like, you said you're shorter than me and I'm 5'6". He's like, that was a bar. I said, you're shorter than me and I'm 5'6". Oh, brother. I don't remember who it was directed to. It was just one of those guys that were being kind of douchey. Like, they just come in and like, me. You know, that's what they sound like. Me. You know, the Xbox fan fiction is just so sniveling at this point. It's, like the guy that was doing it earlier. Well, Astrobot only sold to like 1% of the PlayStation. I'm like, oh my gosh. I just immediately flip that around on them now. I'm just like, oh, well, that means every single game that hits Steam sucks and is a commercial disaster then, because the percentage of sales they get on Steam versus the user base of Steam, I mean, my gosh, look at all these commercial failures. They don't apply the logic. And then, that was beautiful too. I really got him when he said they were having to bring their games to PC because they weren't selling enough. And I'm like, well, just a second ago, you said that the sales ratio of Astrobot meant it was a failure. Well, let's look at the sales ratio of all of the Spider-Man games and how much better they sold on PlayStation versus PC to invalidate your entire point. That was the end of the discussion. He didn't say anything more. When I brought that full circle, I was like, oh, really? They're putting their games on PC because they don't sell enough. Interesting. That's very interesting. Let's compare the total number of sales of Spider-Man as a franchise on PC versus the PlayStation and use your own logic against you. Man, that came back around. That was beautiful. That was almost as good as the guy admitting he was on 2 accounts. That guy admitted he was on 2 accounts. There are a few bars you dropped the past few streams. I don't know where it's coming from. Mash with the 20 bomb, you nut! I knew it. 877. Let's go. Come on. Let's get it. Xbox better, Mash says. Let's get Derek in here. Come on. If we hit 900, I'm dropping a 50 bomb. You got 6 minutes. And Mash just gave you a fighting chance. How? We're back on this weird wavelength where like Feed and Derek and Diaz and these guys I just can't get. They can't get them. You would think if you're active in the chat when it happens, it would increase your chances. You know what I mean? Hit the like bell and upgrade. That's right. Lancelot says upgrade to plus. We're the closest we've ever been to 600. We are 23 members away from 600 at Member Plus and above. Oh my gosh. And a tag team from Jack Garland with a 20 bomb and gets us to 897. Jiminy Christmas. We are right there. Jack's been bringing the comedic heat lately, man. He reminds me a little bit of Zubair sometimes. I'm like, is Zubair in here on an alt? Hang on, what's Hilly telling me? Hey, get there, dude. Get it. Get it. And Joker Quinn's going to push us past to 902 with a 5 bomb. And then 903 thanks to a single from WGC. And then a single from Sven gets us to 904. Thank you so much, boys. We missed a week, and it almost doesn't even matter, right? We try to get about 500 members a week, and we're sitting at 900. Oh, my gosh. We're just going to keep going. And a 5 bomb comes in from Matt. Are you guys trying to double the member count this week? Are you trying to do it? You trying to go for the 1,000? Jiminy Christmas. Wait. Why is Joker Quinn in there multiple times? No, Joker Quinn did a 5 bomb. Oh, no. Joker Quinn pushed us past. I got the Joker Quinn one. That's right. Joker Quinn did the 5, and then a single from WGC, single from Sven, and a 5 from Matt. There it is. Sven says, you can't shut down till 1,000. No sleep till Brooklyn. What's this? Okay, thank you, Talika. I see the community members thing. I got no money for gaming this month. May need to join Game Pass. The price of roses is off the hook. Oh, I'm glad my wife's not really big on flowers. I got her something. She was like, you didn't give me anything? I was like, you said we weren't doing anything. You've been married too long to fall for that one, Lono. Yep, I have been. PlayStation, more like stay patient. That's not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's better than some of the lines the anti-Sony guys have thrown around lately. That's not bad. That's pretty good. PlayStation, more like stay patient. Especially if you say it like that, it kind of works. You always got to get something, bro. Got my lady booked for the spa day. I totally fell for it. We got back from our trip to Florida, and I just started going back to work. I was like, I got to work. I got all this stuff to do. We got to catch back up. And then all of a sudden, you know, the kiddos and her were giving me grief today. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I was like, we don't do this. We haven't for like a really long time. Yeah, Reforge Gaming was pretty good. That one wasn't bad. I couldn't believe that I said that I look like Jimmy Neutron, and then they started super chatting calling me Jimmy Neutron. I was like, are you guys retarded? Like, yeah, he said it. He said, let's give him money and say it again. It's like, I'm really short. Super chat. Tell him that he's short. Oh, that's the first time in a long time I've seen the countdown on the super chat goal. We've not seen it in so long. You guys have always been hitting it. Remember this guy? Yeah, he said, you like to sit in the corner and watch, don't you, Jimmy? I was like, another man just told you what to do and you did it. That sounds like something you would do. You just took orders from another man, bro. And you're giving me money. Like, you couldn't be more of a bitch. I'm sorry. Everyone, you got to swear sometimes. It's like, you couldn't be more of a bitch. You literally We're told what to do by another man, and you're giving money to me, another man. Wow. You're really displaying dominance. Oh, I owe you 50. Yes, thank you, Matt. I am so sorry. Here they come. Here they come. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It wasn't even $200. I think it was like $10. I think converted to USD, he tipped me $10. Yeah. Another man told me to come here and give you money, so I'm doing it. You know what I mean? He's the guy in jail holding another guy's pocket. You know what I'm saying, bro? Jeepers. If we don't get Derek in this batch, then this is rigged. This is rigged. Here, I'm going to switch chats because it's going to crash on me. If you guys haven't switched your chat, toggle off of live chat and toggle back to live chat. It'll crash Chrome. Lancelot says, ask you a serious question. Why do people give you flack for asking for support from your community? Thought that was weird. Happened some months ago. Because they're jealous losers? Should be 905, 925. Oh, we're not going for 1,000. Because they don't get any support. There's this... There's an advantage to making content that appeals to adults and not children. I mean this. I'm being dead serious. Like, this isn't like part of my business strategy, but like when you make content that appeals to adults, adults tend to have jobs and disposable income. And if they really like your content, they'll support it. When you make content for two brain-celled monkeys that are probably, you know, kids or not professional, then, you know, you're probably pretty jealous of somebody who appeals to people, you know, that are adults. To answer your question more robustly, thank you, Ultra Lord, for gifting a member. There is a culture on YouTube that is very antagonistic to people who are like, I do this full time and I need support. Like, they don't like that. They hate that. They think it's called e-begging. And there was a time where if a YouTuber set up a Patreon, they were viciously attacked. Well, YouTube introduced memberships that I can then give content to paid members, and we come from Twitch. They also don't know that. These people are a little thick up here, right? They don't know that I come from Twitch, and I've got a monstrous amount of people here that are just accustomed to, if I like content, I support the person with money. That's a thing from Twitch. YouTube doesn't do that. YouTube's like, I ain't giving you money. It's just a very different culture. It is. If I would have said, hey guys, we need 24 people to upgrade to help us hit this milestone, you know, if I would have said that on Twitch, we would have had it within 10 minutes. Over here, I say it, maybe one or two people a day, maybe. It's just different. It's a different culture. It's a very, very different culture. I do what my internet daddy tells me. That's right. I've watched a few hater videos on you, and it's all weird stuff about that. Lono's a streamer. Asking for support is literally in the job description. I've been doing this for a decade. And if there's one thing I know, jealousy drives people to be pretty nasty in this business. It's usually the core of the issue is jealousy. It's what took me out in 2020. It was just a bunch of people that were really jealous. I mean, they all said it. They all admitted it. It was like, every inch of it was driven by my success. They didn't do anything for ever because I wasn't successful until around 2020 when things started to turn for me. And look what happened here. Things started to turn for me. I was getting heat and getting clicks, views, getting cover, because covering the ABK deal. People don't like that. One of the guys literally that started calling me an e-beggar, he literally was like, I was here first. I was covering this stuff first. Like, he hated the fact that I was having success doing something he felt like he was doing first. What he didn't realize was I had been doing it much longer than him. I was just on a new channel. So... No, I agree, Guillermo, that the console warring can get pretty tiring. And even Eugene said something about it today. That there's a pretty frustrating amount of people that disrupt the conversation with just like bad faith, childish antics. And it's really difficult. We've gotten really good at ignoring it, but then some days you have people come in that are like, they've been here for a long time, or they've got a badge, or I know who they are, like I recognize their name. And it's like, it's really, really hard to ignore them and like not engage in the discussion. So, I said something about the console warring in the last town hall. Here's my hope, El Duderino. My hope for 2025 is that the death rattles of that just continue to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and we could just focus on the games. I'm trying my damnedest to focus on the games, and when I'm trying to celebrate a state of play and how I thought it was fine and I thought it was good and there were a ton of games, what happened? We got hate rated by a bunch of losers who wanted to spam Xbox better. So we tried to turn it into a joke. We try to turn it into a positive. We're doing everything we can to what I call inverting the negative, like channel their negative power and energy and turn it into something fun. And what do we have? We have a fun emote. We kind of laugh about it now. We kind of make fun of it. And that's the best course I think we can take. You can't ignore it. Like, what am I supposed to do when I got hate rated by some loser? Like, what am I supposed to do? We inverted it. We made it funny. I laughed at them because they're just pathetically comical, and I made a bunch of money off of them, and then we moved on. Honestly, I went back and rewatched it. It didn't even last that long. We were back into having our own conversation 10 minutes later, talking about the games, talking about what I thought, talking about Returnal. And I mean, we did that today. I think you've just got to see it as like, it's going to happen. It causes these slight little hiccups and disruptions, but I think it's just getting less, it's just going to get less and less dominant. No question asked, just wanted to hear Five Bomb. Thank you so much, Symbol the Rapper. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Hang on. This sounds awesome. What are the specs? Hang on one second. Sorry. Got distracted by DM. For sure, and you gotta be entertaining. It's probably just always gonna be a persistent part of the gig. For sure. Excuse me. Zubair says, also, I'm not telling you not to watch Lono, but if you just can't deal with it, then take a break. Yeah, sometimes it is just best, to step away. If you feel like it's really souring the content and you can't deal with it, I feel like, and I don't know, obviously I'm biased. You guys can talk about this today in Town Hall. This is a great opportunity for you guys to talk about it in the town hall, which is going to happen in 3 hours. But I feel like, and again, I'm biased here, I feel like I'm doing a good job of making the wavelength of it funny, entertaining, spicy, but it's not we're not getting stuck in a rut. I feel like I've gotten better at that. I'm always trying to improve. I'm always trying to think, what's the main audience getting out of this, right? But like what Sven is saying, it gets exhausting. I have to shut the stream off multiple times and the debate turns into that. Right. Sometimes it's like it's too spicy, it's too good, it's too entertaining to not indulge. And I know sometimes it turns folks off. They're like, I don't want to hear this. You know, I don't want to hear this. So I'm trying to minimize it so that it's like, okay, for 20 minutes, Lono knocked that guy around the room. That was funny. In the past, I would do it for like an hour and a half. I would do it for the whole show. I'm trying to feel like, okay, that's enough. Let's move on. I'll grab a question or change subject, you know. There's a video where a guy was completely out of line in what he said about you. I thought it was one of the vids by the picture. I didn't know at the time until the guy started talking. I mean, I just think a lot of these guys have pretty serious, deep-seated issues that they need to work out. I mean, some of the language they use and some of the stuff that I've even seen said a bit about me on Twitter. I'm like, bro, you need therapy. That's nasty. Like, that's your default view, and that's how you're going to talk to people. There's a lot of like, I don't know what happened to these people. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know why they're bent the way that they're bent, but some of these people are damaged. You can just tell. It's like, good Lord, you need help. Healthy, well-adjusted people don't act like that. Yeah, there's something distorted and twisted and dark going on with a lot of these folks. I think if anything, you sometimes indulge trolls for way too long. I would just ban and move on, not my channel. Here's the problem, Adam King. You're right and you're wrong at the same time, right? It's Schrodinger's troll philosophy. If you just immediately ban somebody, it can look like I just ban people that don't agree with me. They know what they're doing. They don't come in and outright insult. They'll come in and do bad faith argumentation. And if I don't engage, ignore them or ban them, they'll say, that's an echo chamber. Yeah, he just bans people. So it's like, there's a give and take. It's like, I can't just do that. Like when someone comes in and starts touting those talking points, you know, I've got to engage sometimes. I can't just be like, no, I'm just going to ignore you. It'll look like I'm just not engaging someone who's not a member or not engaging somebody who's disagreeing. And sometimes I think it is worth the entertainment factor. And I'm making these decisions on the fly in the moment. It's very difficult. I've been streaming for such a long time. Here's what happens. I'll just give you guys a little bit of the inside baseball on how my brain works. I read so fast that a lot of the times I finish reading what somebody wrote and I wish I hadn't. And now it's too late. I have to say something. You know, I zero in on gray names. I'll be honest with you. I zero in on the gray names because I want them to feel like they can come in and get engagement. And I'm here to tell you, I read it and I'm like, I wish I wouldn't have read this. Frick. They're going to take me down this stupid fan fiction road of, well, actually, Astrobot only saw. And it's like, oh gosh, I wish I wouldn't have read this. And listen, my community knows this because they used to get me with the, and for that reason, I'm out. That was an ongoing meme in our channel where they would write something that looked genuine, and at the very end of it would be, and for that reason, I'm out. It became a gag of like they would try to get me with the joke. The reason they can do that is because I just start reading. I'm just like a dog. I'm like a dog chasing a car. I'm like, what? Somebody said something? Oh, okay, let me read this. And I just start reading it out loud. And I'm like, oh, damn it. Like, I wish I wouldn't have read that. Halfway through when you realize you've effed up, misread it on purpose, feign stupidity. I'd watch all of your Avowed stream. Did you enjoy? No. There's pretty persistent performance issues. The frame rate's not that consistent, and I just don't like the combat. My wife's going to play it tonight. It'll be hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, you're not a member. If you want to become a member, you know, you just did a $5 super chat. Like, if you guys do membership right now, if a bunch of you are going to suddenly start joining, make sure you pick Member Plus. You could help us hit a pretty big goal. We're trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above, and we're like 24 away. That's something I like about your channel. I've been on other channels, and they completely ignore non-members, and I've always thought that's not a good business model. Yeah, Matt, I'm telling you, I zero in on the gray names. I do. Sometimes the members feel like I'm ignoring them. I'll be sure to derail a stream as a gray name on Monday. I'm telling you. Gray names have a little bit of a superpower over me. They do. And sometimes the members feel a little slighted. And you'll notice once I start talking to members and we start having our little jaw sessions, viewership goes down. They're like, oh, he's talking to the members now. Lono answers you guys? Yeah. Gray Wardens. That's exactly right. They do. You gotta join on PC. If you're on Apple, you're going to pay more because Apple takes their cut. You do want to join on PC instead of Apple. They'll take their cut. Just make sure you pick Member Plus. It's 6 instead of 5, but then I can tell the difference between you and a gifted member, and I give you more content. I give paying members more content. If you want Lone to pay attention to you, don't join the Discord. Yeah, Discord gets ignored a lot. That's true. Yeah, why are you lying? I've seen you do more than a dozen game tutorials. You don't read what's on the screen, and for that lie, I'm out. There it is. See? What fake rage bait should I piss you off with? Taking suggestions. Yeah. There's a handful. Did you see Miss May? I re-recorded their first album. Huh? What did you just say? I will tell you again. You have to promote your chat engagement. Not sure the best way, but you're the number one at it. I gave you a little props here today, Hilly. I said, man, Hilly told me I need to do this more often. He told me that I need to be talking about how I'm like the most engaging streamer. Miss May I is a band? Wait, but why would I care about them re-recording their album? GTA 6 trailer 2 is out. Please believe me. Shut up. Phil Spencer's messaging is perfectly clear. Actually, here's why. Xbox better. No, it's got to be... If you make it too obvious, I'm just going to immediately start laughing. Like, I'm going to know you're messing around. I'm going to know it's not real. If you like remakes of games, shouldn't you also like remakes of albums? Checkmate. I don't think I've ever even listened to them. I don't know who you're talking about. I like how you read the comments of your YouTube videos live. A lot of creators don't do that. Yeah, that's kind of a multifaceted approach. We want you watching those uploads and leaving comments. That's super helpful. As a live streamer, a lot of my audience is not interested in my upload content, and that's a challenge because uploads are incredibly important to being able to grow. I thought you knew about them. No, I've actually never heard of them. Sorry. Yeah, I like ABR, but I'm not a big metalhead. Yeah, I like ABR, but I don't go out of my way for tons of metal. I see I was gifted a membership. Quite thank you. Cheerio. What's good, Mr. Tortoise? Okay, I really do need to go. You guys are awesome. If I revoke my membership to make my name gray, would my bait be more believable? I really do need to go though. We can't do any more extensions or any more member bombs or anything like that. So you guys can do a handful of things. All right? consider upgrading to Member Plus. If you can do it, it's $6 a month. Get in the Discord. Get in the Discord, okay? In roughly 3 hours, they're going to be doing a town hall. That's an opportunity for you to give feedback on the content, the Discord, the members' content, the incentives, all of that. And then tonight, 5 hours from now, Madam and I will be back down here doing a Valentine's Day stream for you guys, and she's going to be playing Avowed. If you missed her playing Redfall and Starfield, it is hilarious watching her play new games like that. You have to slip in some pithy wisdom randomly so Lona always walks into the debate. It's extra work, but it's worth it. Yeah, like when you said philosophical question, I got so excited, and it was about thermal paste, and I was so disappointed. I got to the end, and I was like, dang it. See what Mark Cerny said yesterday? Players overwhelmingly prefer games at higher frame rates. He didn't say that yesterday, and for that reason, I'm out. He didn't say that yesterday. That's BS. Listen. If you guys don't get in the Discord, if for whatever reason you didn't get a gifted membership, we did our absolute best. Mash went crazy. Cat went crazy. 20 bombs at the top. Jack Garland, Mash, and Cat really made it happen. Really, really made it happen. If you didn't get a gifted membership, I am so incredibly sorry. Yeah. So I wish we could target. We can't. So appreciate you guys so much. Have a great Valentine's Day. Listen, this day can be tough on folks mentally. I know it can be tough. So don't get low. If you need to be in the Discord hanging out with folks, get in there and hang out with folks. Play some video games, put on a movie. It's just a day like any other day, all right? A week from now, it'll just be another Friday, okay? So don't let days like today get you down, all right? So appreciate you guys so much and what you do for the channel and my family. And again, keep your eyes out for some uploads over the weekend, those little 4-minute videos. When you guys dogpile on those as soon as they hit, and you hit like and leave a comment, oh man, that's so helpful. That is so helpful. So thank you so much. I hope to see you all tonight. I hope to see you all back here in about 5 hours for the stream with Madam. All right, take care and be well. All right, see ya.